Whoa.
That's your new gavel.
Okay, I would like to call to order the special city council meeting of August the 3rd, 2020. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by telephone. Clerk, will you please call the roll for this?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. Our study session tonight is on a 2023-2024 preliminary utility rates discussion and also on a tax increment financing strategy for the 85th Street Station area. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So tonight, as you mentioned, we're going to be covering utility rates background. We'll actually have our first preliminary rate proposals for you in September, but we wanted to give you some of the context for that discussion that's coming forward. We're covering a lot of rates tonight. So here to be our MC for this is our Utility Policy and Community Relations Supervisor, John McGilvery. Our Senior Financial Analyst, Chris Lynch, will also be part of the presentation, along with some special guests from the Cascade Waterlands. And that will be followed by a presentation on tax increment financing around 6:30. So, Mr. McGilvery, please take it away.
Okay, well, thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Mayor Sweet and Deputy Mayor Arnold and City Council members. So what I thought I would do is introduce our friends from the Cascade Water Alliance first. Mr. Ray Hoffman, who's the CEO, Ed Sebron, the Chief Economist and Treasurer, Allison Bennett, Intergovernmental and Communications Director, and Chris Bellucci, I believe your title is Finance and Administration Manager, as well as Jeff Morris, who helps us with our solid waste rates from Sound Resource Management. So welcome. So what I'm going to do is share my screen here. Hope you see that. Okay, so we got the introductions out of the way. So I have a few opening remarks just to kick things off, and then we'll dive in. But in terms of the format for tonight, I'm going to provide a high-level overview of each of the utilities, a budget for each, a history of the rate adjustments, and some of the key rate assumptions and drivers, and then the rate increases, the preliminary rate increases themselves. And Josh Pansky, Kelly Jones, and Chris Lynch are also on the line to answer any questions that may come up. And so tonight, the word of the day really is preliminary. I really can't stress this enough. The rates that we present to you this evening will change when we come back to you in September. You know, a good analogy would be that proposed rates are set in wet concrete, but preliminary rates are really set in sand. They're not really set in anything. The water and sewer and surface water rates increases our baseline, meaning that they're essentially maintaining the current level of service that we have right now. There are a lot of things going on in the background that will impact these rates, such as service provider pass-throughs, inflation, service packages, capital investments, and the sequencing of those capital investments, regulatory compliance, reserve policies, and I could go on and on. Solid waste is a little bit further along because we don't have any capital assets or service packages, but again, they are also preliminary. And in terms of challenges, it's just becoming increasingly challenging for us to keep rates at or below inflation and maintain our own current service levels in the face of these really rampant inflation and our needs to maintain and improve our own infrastructure and our capital investments. So it's becoming challenging. So what are the utilities? We all know they're water, sewer, and surface water and solid waste. They are individual enterprise funds, business enterprise funds. The combined budgets of about $150 million. We typically adopt 2-year rates concurrent with the biennial budgets. The utilities employ 72 FTE. And we have administrative staff, engineering staff, and maintenance operations staff amongst the utilities. And we all really work together to keep your taps flowing, frankly, your toilets flushing, your streams and lakes clean, and your waste being picked up. But I really want to specifically call out the men and women who I regard as the backbone of the utilities, and they work in operations and maintenance. And they're the staff who get up at 2 a.m. in the morning to fix a water main break or unplug a catch basin. Or in this last week, the waste management drivers don't work for the city of Kirkland, but they're a contractor, and they pick up your garbage in 95-degree heat. So these are really frankly, the heroes to me, and we can't do it without them. Well, these are the goals and principles that we always try to follow when we build rates. We're not always successful in achieving these, but these are always in the back and frankly in the front of our minds when we're doing our rate analyses. In terms of the reserve policies, we have capital reserve policies, basically working capital reserve. That would be a better other word for fund balance. All utilities have those. Operating and capital, solid waste does not have any of those, but water and sewer do, and surface water has a capital contingency. And these are the preliminary utility rate adjustments, and again, they are baseline. And so you can see on the bottom row the projections that we've made some years ago, what these might look like. You can see for water, 2.5% each year, sewer 7%, surface water baseline 6.5%, and then you can see with solid waste, it is much higher than that. The assumption here is made that we typically will try to do equal increments year to year. Solid waste, we also made the assumption that, as you know, there was a February 1 rate increase and then a July 1 rate increase for solid waste attributable to the contract with waste management. And the assumption here is that you will want to see a drop off in 2024 after that third one. But we can certainly equalize these rates as well. I'll let that sink in for a second. And I did want to, this last part of this section, I did want to provide a quick update on we call it our low income discount program. Back in October of 21, council asked staff to look at our own program and see if we could make it more accessible due to the rate increases that we were for solid waste that we were looking at the time. We've done some research there. As you know, it's not as accessible as we'd like it to be. It's restricted to single family, seniors, and disabled persons only. No multifamily access. The qualification is 50% of the EMI, whereas you can see other discount program or assistance programs are much higher than that, which opens up the opportunity, accessibility to more. The discount percentages are different between the utilities. Sewer is 25%, I think solid waste and water are 40%, and surface water is 50%. And we also encounter confidentiality issues with the paperwork that people applying for the program have to submit, and there's always a concern with, if we had a data breach, that information would be out there. So we really don't want that information around, and really moving in the direction of calling this program something else. There's a stigma associated with low income. We just want the people that need the help to get the help and get that assistance. And so over the last few months, we've been exploring a different program with North Shore. North Shore, as you know, provides water and sewer services to a large part of our city, and they also have a discount program. And so it's a natural partnership. And so we've met with them a couple of times. There's a mutual interest. And the idea here is that we would turn this over to a nonprofit. We've already had conversations with HopeLink about them administering the program. They're not at this point ready to take that over due to some other competing priorities, but they do have an interest possibly in 2023. So we're going to work on developing the program, getting it teed up, and we can come back to the city council and present that, see if there's any interest in doing something different. So with that, I'll dive into the water utility, pun intended. And so basically the water utility takes care of our water distribution system and our storage facilities. And our wholesaler is Cascade Water Alliance. We're able to participate regionally on the Cascade Water Alliance board, which is chaired by Mayor Sweet. And you're going to see a thread running through this is that our mayor is very, very much involved in all of the utilities. And we also have subcommittees that we are able to participate in. A lot of infrastructure, as you can see, staff 16 FTE. The average monthly rate for per household is about $48 for water, and then the tax rate is about 13%. The budget, 38% is to Cascade Water Alliance. About $8 million goes to operations and maintenance, and that really is a testament to how expensive it is to maintain and improve these systems. Overall budget of $33 million. You can see the rate adjustments history for water. And the goal here has always been to try to keep up with inflation and no more. And we didn't have an average for those, but you can see that they really are pretty much keeping pace with inflation or slightly lower than inflation overall. And you can recall in 2021, there was a 0% rate increase across all the utilities due to COVID. So just to remind you of that. In terms of the rate drivers and assumptions, again, Cascade Water Alliance, the average across all the member agencies is 2.2%, but Kirkland's was much higher. And we'll get into that in just a second when I turn it over to Cascade Water Alliance. The COLA assumptions you can see there, 6.5 and 3.5. The system reinvestment is 1.2 times the annual depreciation. And then there are CIP projects going on, some in the funding plan, some not. And throughout all the utility, except for solid waste, we are in the process of reviewing numerous service packages that could also add to the rates as well. So again, just a repeat of where we are with water at baseline at 2.5%. And so at this point, I'd want to welcome the Cascade Water Alliance and Ray's team. So I will stop sharing, but before I do, I just really want to take time to recognize how truly an impressive organization the Cascade Water Alliance is. And that's really, frankly, a reflection of Ray Hoffman and his outstanding team. It's just outstanding top to bottom. And so with that, I'll welcome the Cascade Water Alliance and turn it over to them for their presentation. So Ray, take it away.
Great. Thanks, John. I believe we're going to pull up a slide, and thank you very much for the compliment. We'll try to keep earning that sort of accolade from you all. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thanks for inviting us tonight to share Cascade's budget and rate proposal for both 2023 and 2024. I'd like to start by thanking Mayor Sweet, Councilmember Pascal, and your staff for their hard work and time on refining our budgets and rate proposal. Cascade's Finance Committee and Board of Directors have been working on the budget and rates since early spring, and the feedback and input that we have received from members and member staff have been invaluable in the development of a solid budget and rates proposal, one that we believe provides both cost-effective wholesale water supply services and accountability to your customers when they pay their utility bills. Next. Sort of a high-level picture of Cascade. I just want to spend a minute on background as a refresher for the council and for members of the public. Cascade Water Alliance is a municipal corporation that provides drinking water to 7 members that are shown here on the map. We serve approximately 380,000 people in over 20,000 businesses and are governed by a board of directors. The board of directors are comprised of an elected official from each of our member agencies. The water that we sell to our members is contracted with from the city of Seattle. We have what is known as a full block contract until 2039. After that, the amount we purchase starts to decline, and our contract with Seattle ends in 2063. Just as a note, for council members, we are in the discussion with Seattle about extending the term of that agreement, as well as in parallel discussions with the city of Tacoma for possible purchase of water from them. Our end objective is to defer the development of lake taps as a future supply until it becomes the most cost-effective asset to develop. So if we can continue to purchase high-quality water from other entities in the region, we will do that, giving us more time to save up capital for the ultimate development of lake taps. And as a reminder, Lake Taps was acquired as a future source of supply for the Cascade members. We have a strategic plan, and our Cascade's budget and rates implements our 5-year strategic plan, and that plan was adopted by the board, and we does so while trying to maintain financial stability. This slide shows the 6 goals laid out in our strategic plan. One point I'd like to make is that Cascade's projects and activities not only allow us to deliver safe, reliable, and clean water in a cost-effective way today, but also prepare us to develop the Lake Tapps Reservoir as a source of drinking water for our members in the future. And now we're going to do a dive into the financials. So I'm going to turn it over to Ed Sebrin, Chief Economist for Cascade. Ed?
Thank you, Ray. We'll go through the expense and revenue side and then move on to the member charges and some related information along the way. In this slide, what you see is clear delineation of Cascade's cost structure. Cascade was built as a relatively stable structure, and this reflects that on the expenditure side, and that 78% of costs are fixed. That has advantages in terms of predictability, but also disadvantages in terms of controllability. If we go to the next slide, I can show you a little more information on the cost elements that make up our budget. Administration and conservation remain essentially flat over the next couple of years. Our increases on the operational side are centered in operations, primarily the activities around Lake Tapps. We have significant debt service in our cost structure related to the acquisition of Lake Tapps and some other assets in the past. What you see here in 2024 is kind of a unique spike that's a residual effect of our last bond refunding. And following 2024, our annual pattern is about the 9.2 million a year that you see in 2023. So it's a one-time spike and not a trend. We haven't issued new debt since, I believe there was some new debt in the 2016 refunding, and we don't project issuing new debt until the 2030s at the earliest. Our single largest cost, like yours, is water purchases, the Seattle contract, and we've seen some increases there, coupled with a payment in 2023 as a true up for the prior year for 2021. And going forward, we will slowly see the effects of higher inflation, but have not seen those yet, as Seattle uses a 5-year rate period and has defined our payments through 2025 in this rate cycle. The capital improvement program is fairly steady, relatively small scale, given the improvements we'll need to make in the future to develop Lake Tapps. The one spike you see there is the last one-time payment to Seattle that was part of our contract extension negotiated 10 years ago. In 2024, that $5 million payment causes an increase in the CIP budget, and it drops off following that to the more traditional level. The payments to Tacoma related to a contract we have with them continue in roughly at this level till 2029, and those drop off after that. Key drivers have been inflation, the CPI increases, and in particular in our Lake Tapps operation, where we kind of held the line with them during the COVID pandemic and restricted their increases. And now we need to see at least CPI increases with them this year and next. In capital projects, there's a couple of significant ones. We have a major project at the diversion point on the White River. It's an Army Corps of Engineers project where they're essentially building a new dam at that location. We are the last phase of work, which will update and revise our diversion from the river at that point. We're subject to their schedule. It was scheduled, in fact, for this year, but due to some issues with the construction to date, they've deferred that at least 1 year. And so we now see that in our 2023 capital projects. Moving on, the operations on the revenue side also reflect a very stable structure. Cascade has the unique pleasure of knowing basically in September exactly how many dollars we're going to collect in member charge revenue next year by virtue of a fixed revenue structure. That was intentionally built that way when Cascade was created 25 years ago to provide financial stability and predictability for members. What it means, though, is as members' revenues fluctuate with demands going up or down, Cascade's charges don't fluctuate in conjunction with those. So the members need to bear the risk or manage the risk associated with revenue volatility. Of our total member charges of 44.6 million, the lion's share are based on demand, and we use a 3-year rolling average. History is the basis for that. On the remainder, our regional capital facilities charge, which is similar to your own system development charge, is our single largest revenue. That is the one revenue that is significantly variable because it's dependent on growth as it actually occurs. Moving on, looking at the revenues for the upcoming period, year over year, we're proposing a 2.2% increase in revenues collected from member charges. Given kind of the flat nature, as I mentioned, of administration and conservation, that's mostly centered in increases in the demand-related or water usage-related charges. Regional capital facilities charges, we're projecting a rebound in 2023, primarily because in 2021 and 22, with the pandemic, we estimated relatively low growth, and we're expecting progressive reversion towards our historical average. Although for this biennium, our assumption remains below that historical average. Other revenues are also going up somewhat. That's the windfall of this inflationary world and the interest rate increases that have gone into effect. So we're seeing better investment earnings and hope to see that in the future. Although if we could disconnect that from our cost escalation, then we'd have something terrific going on. Next. So looking at the specifics of what's driving the 2.2% increase in revenue each year, you can see that water payments to Seattle explain virtually all of it each year in terms of the increases there, although a number of other cost line items are significantly changing. In 2023, you see debt service going down, almost an amount equal to the operating expenses going up. That's the consequence of our 2019 bond refunding. In 2024, as I mentioned, that one-time spike, you see an increase in debt service. Cascade has a fiscal policy related to rate smoothing that dictates a 5-year rate smoothing period, levelized rates over 5 years. So in each year, as we set the rates, we're looking at that 5-year need and smoothing it out. In each of these years, you see a use of funds to accomplish that. In the past couple, you would have seen a generation of surplus to stay on that path. And I will point out the 2024 numbers because of that unique debt service spike and doesn't suggest that we are establishing a deficit position that will be significant for us to dig out of later. Now, the good news for this period is the 2.2% increase is well below our inflation assumptions. However, I should point out that the 2.2 increase is also an overall general increase, and it varies significantly by member. And Kirkland's, as you'll see in a moment, is higher than that average. The other point is in 2024, we begin to see budgeted transfers into our what we call the Water Supply Development Fund, which was established last year by the board and is intended as a savings account to build an equity portion towards the Lake Taps supply project. So in 2024, we have a 1% of revenue or $446,000 going to that application. Next, please. In terms of member payments, the breakdown of where the member payments come from, Bellevue is the most significant, a little over 50%. It's interesting, they were a little over 50% when Cascade was formed, and the expectation was that growth in other members would over time reduce that, but their urban development has kind of kept them on pace with everyone else. We've not really seen that share decline. For Kirkland, you saw earlier a 9.36% increase, if I remember the digits correctly. We modified our proposal to help mitigate that and other impacts to other members. And the proposal right now for 2023 is 8.25%, and the following year 2.2, which turns out to be our system average in that year. Primarily what we've done is with our 3-year average, for us to adopt a biennial rate, we have to use estimates for the second year, and our rate methodology and our contract with members requires us to true up to actual numbers. And we have a true up from 2022, which was based on 2021 water usage, that adversely impacted a number of members and kind of exacerbated rate increases. So instead of the 1-year true up that we had been doing, in this period, it's spread over 2 years to mitigate those impacts. In terms of costs at the customer level, that 8.25% translates to a cost per CERU, which is our acronym for residential equivalent, roughly the equivalent of one single family residence. It's about $2 in 2023 and about 60 cents the next year for the 2024 increase. Next, please. Looking at this in a different sense, here are the increases. What you can see here, the blue is the demand-based portion of the charge, and you see that increase significantly in 2023. If we showed 2021 there, you would have seen it increase going into 2022 as well. And those increases in Kirkland's relative share explain that larger than average increase in 2023. For 2024, we use an average that kind of blends the 3-year history and tends to smooth out impacts. So it reverts more to the norm, and you see that it kind of flattens out the projection. But if Kirkland's water demands continue to grow relative to the other members, that may prove to be under the mark, and a true up would show up in the next biennium. Moving on from there, I think it's important to point out that while we're remaining on track with the 2.2%, which we think is a significant accomplishment given the spike in cost escalation in the last year and a half or so, we do continue to pay attention to ways to minimize member payments. And a few examples here of our expenditure reductions. In 2023, we did remove almost 600,000 out of the O&M budget. We don't automatically inflate line items in the budget unless we see that a need is there for a higher level of funding. We have roughly 600,000 a year from our bond refunding in debt service savings. And in general, our stable and conservative financial structure has helped us maintain a AAA bond rating, which has translated into 2 hugely successful refundings over the past few years. Other items there, we do anticipate those true ups from Seattle, and we actually have a provision in our fiscal policies that we have funds set aside to mitigate those, and we have that available for the 2023 true up payment. We have a policy for funding the WSDF where we have positive financial outcomes. We share the benefits. Half goes to the WSDF and half goes to mitigate current rate member charge needs. And that has helped us get ahead of the curve a bit in terms of our total funding for that project in the future. We also look for new sources of fund revenue. A significant one that just went live is solar power generation down at our powerhouse near Lake Tapps in Sumner. Another one is that in instances where it makes sense, we've migrated out of the investment pool at King County into what they term Pool Plus, which lets us extend maturities and generate higher levels of interest earnings on longer term funds. And we continue to look for more ways to mitigate what we need to collect from members. Kind of pulling this all together in September, the board, Cascade board will be considering our proposal for the 2.2% a year revenue increase. The RCFCs are also projected to increase about $250 in each of these 2 years. So about $500 over the 2-year period. And our recommendation will be to continue to adopt 2 years of member charges so that you have stability and predictability for your own budget. Although we continue to watch this issue of volatility and relative differences in member charges, and we'll continue to assess if it makes sense going forward. But for now, we'll stay the course, and that is the proposal to the board. Thank you for your time, and we'll be glad to open it up for questions and discussion.
Council. Questions? Comments? Looks like you did it. I think, I don't see anything. Amy? No? Thank you very much, Ed, Ray,
Thank you.
Allison.
All right.
And we will proceed. John, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Share here. Okay, moving on to sewer. Okay, the sewer utility obviously takes care of our local wastewater collection system. Our wholesalers, the King County Wastewater Treatment Division, we're signed on through, I believe, 2056 with a contract with them. There are several forums where we can participate regionally. The Regional Water Quality Committee, King County. Hopefully I get this right, the Metropolitan Water Pollution Abatement Advisory Committee, and then the SCA. A lot of infrastructure to maintain, 12.5 FTE. The average customer pays about $80 a month and a tax rate of 10.5%. The biennial budget, about 36 million. 12 million of that goes to King County. Operations and maintenance picks up about 6 million. Again, a testament to how expensive these systems are to maintain. In terms of past rate increases, you can see, generally speaking, but to keep them at or below inflation. And the sewer utility rates and drivers and assumptions. So the King County's Wastewater Treatment Division adopted the 5.75% rate increase for 2023. And the original estimate was 4%. So it's higher than that. They're now projecting 5.75% increases between 23 through 27, and then a jump to 9% at least in 28 through 32. And there are a lot of reasons behind this rate increase. I'm not going to go into the detail on these. There's more information in the staff report and the attachments, but a lot of the items driving this rate increase are the compliance with the general nutrient permit, and then the addressing the combined sewer overflows, and that they're trying to get an extension to that through, I believe, 2040, so they can construct those projects over a longer time frame to lessen rates. There's a lot of discussion around asset management right now in terms of how they're maintaining their assets and when and how much they're spending on that. There's some improvements going on at West Point. You may be familiar with that when they lose power there. There's discharges into the sound, and there's other system capacity investments going on there. But it's frankly with sewer, it's becoming increasingly challenging for cities and agencies that are part of the system to manage their own rates and also take care of their own infrastructure and do the projects that we need to do to maintain and operate our own systems. And so it's becoming increasingly difficult. And as Mayor Sweet is aware and participates on, we are participants on a regional stakeholder committee that was formed by the city of Seattle that's looking at some different potential governance options for this system. Where there's not necessarily the approaches to be taken if there's anything necessarily wrong with the current system, but we're looking at other options that could give members a little bit more say and a more influential seat at the table. You can see the COLA assumptions. Sewer has a CIP as well with projects that are built into the funding plan, and some that are not. The system reinvestment policy of 1.55 times, and there are numerous service packages also under review for the sewer utility. Here's a repeat of the baseline preliminary rate for sewer at 7% and 7% each year. Any questions about the sewer part?
I see none. You may proceed.
Moving on. So surface water. So a lot going on in surface water. These help with flooding, improving our water quality, maintaining all of our catch basins and manholes and pipes and culverts and retention ponds and all kinds of stuff. And also there's built in there phase 2 permit compliance and education and outreach activities. So there's a lot of infrastructure that's in stormwater that's maintained. Just amazes me that 16,500 maintenance holes and catch basins. That's just mind-boggling. In terms of regional participation, RIA 8, the King County Conservation District Advisory Committee, and then the SCA. We have over 40 full-time employees between engineering, administration, and maintenance and operations. But the average monthly rate paid for surface water by households is $18.81, and the tax rate of 7.5%. In terms of the budget, O&M makes up the lion's share of it at 71%. The 1% there you see is paid to King County, who handles the billing services for us. So it's these charges appear on residents' property tax bills with an overall biennial budget of about $27 million. And here you can see the rate adjustment history. And I do want to apologize to the council. The numbers in the staff report were, for this section, were wrong. So I'll go through these, but the monthly rate increases were a little bit different than what was provided. Here you can see the history going back to 2015. And the ESU is basically the average impervious area on a single family parcel. So that's how those are calculated. And as for same as the other utilities, for surface water, there are a lot of projects going on. There's 6 in the funding plan. There's 13 that are active. The same assumptions for COLA, a one-time system reinvestment policy. There are also some limited term employees converted to full-time, which is certainly has an impact on the rate. And the surface water master plan and service packages, they are not built into the baseline. And so there are things coming out of those that could also drive the rates higher as well. And I'm going to repeat 6.5% each year for a baseline for surface water. Any questions on surface water utility?
A lot of blank looks. The memo was very effective.
Hope I'm trying to keep people awake here, I promise. Okay, I will move on. So solid waste, our beautiful landfill with Mount Rainier in the background. And also a photo of York, England, and my recent trip to the UK. And this is just my unhealthy fascination with garbage. I was fascinated that they in York, they just, and generally in England, they just put their bags of garbage out on the street. You don't see carts or anything there. So I was just fascinated. So I thought I'd share that. But I think you know what we do. We solid waste removes your trash and recycling and compost, and we have some pretty great waste reduction and recycling programs. Our wholesaler is King County Solid Waste Division. They take care of the system for us, so the transfer stations and the landfill, and we pay a fee for that service, and they haul our waste from the transfer stations to the landfill. On Solid Waste Advisory Committee and the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and that's where we participate regionally. And again, Mayor Sweet is the chair of NISWAC and has been for several years, and also has a seat on SWAC as well. Limited staffing, 2.75. The average rate for the average homeowner is $37.96, which is basically a 35-gallon cart, which is the most popular, and a tax rate of 10.5%. In terms of budget, $51 million biennial budget. Collection makes up 66% of that. Remind you that disposal starting on January 1st of 2023, those fees will be paid directly to King County. Those rates will no longer be embedded in our rate structure, and we bill directly for those disposal services. Okay. Okay. Here's the history of the solid waste rate adjustments. You can see it's a lot of variance there. But again, they're closely in line with inflation, except for, of course, the February 22 and the July 1, 2022 rate increases that were attributable to the rate increase due to the contract with Waste Management. Now, so as you might recall, back in January, when the council adopted the substitute rate ordinance, we presented to you our goal and our projection of also coming back to you in 2024 with a third of the 3 rate increases attributable to the new contract, and that is shown here. And then with a drop off in 2024 after that third one moves through, with an average of 13.7 and a drop off to 5.9, with a goal of building the cash reserve balance up to $2.3 million. And the cash reserve, basically, that is an arbitrary policy. It's not codified, but that is essentially a 1 month payment to Waste Management for collection, 1 month of disposal, and then expenses. That's essentially what that is. So in terms of what it's looking like now, we have the goal on the left that I just showed you. The preliminary rates are a little bit higher than that due to a pass-through of inflation. We projected inflation in our rate model, and it came in higher than that. As you know, the most recent inflation was over 9%. Fortunately, in our contract, the CPI inflation is capped at 5% per year, so that's a good thing for us. So we will pay no more than a 5% rate increase for those. And in terms of the cash reserve balance, it's lower than we anticipated for several reasons, and I'll talk about a few of those here in just a second. In terms of the drivers and assumptions, we're assuming that third rate increase due to the contract, keeping the linear rate structure, so there's no bulk discount to folks. This really encourages people to downsize and take advantage of our recycling and composting programs. For now, we're maintaining the cross subsidy and also maintaining the street preservation fee. It's about $950,000 over the biennium. It's transferred out of the solid waste utility into CIP to help with street maintenance and asphalt maintenance, and it's really attributable to the damage the Waste Management trucks do to our streets, driving on them on a daily basis. And there are no service packages proposed for solid waste for this biennium. So there's a lot going on with this slide, and I'm not going to go into each of these in detail, but when you look at this, everything's relative to that $2.3 million cash reserve goal that we were trying to achieve. And some of these things decrease that fund balance, and some of these things increase the fund balance. And so, we now have a lower fund balance than we projected due to a variety of reasons that you see here. But I really want to point out, as much as I possibly can, that the lower fund balance right now is not causing rates to increase. If we decided at some point to replenish that, yes, it would. But it's simply that these factors are conspiring against us to achieve that $2.3 million cash reserve balance that we would like to show. But the table is slightly different than what was presented in the staff report. There's some double entry bookkeeping, so to speak, that helps show our work a little bit better. And so the projected fund balance is, again, slightly higher than what we estimated in the staff report. It's up to $1.2 million now, but nonetheless, it is lower than 2.3 million. And so this really brings us to a policy choice on the part of the council, whether we should carry a lower fund balance. And in my discussions with finance, the short answer is yes, we can do that. So that's something that we are recommending as a way to mitigate this. Otherwise, there are some measures that we could undertake to replenish the cash reserve closer to 2.3 million. But we're not necessarily recommending those. So I'll stop here. And it's a good discussion point. And I may need to get bailed out here by our finance director in terms of our ability to carry a cash reserve policy, but we can do it. And then the decision could be made later to either replenish that reserve back to 2.3 million at the end of 2026, or we could just monitor this over the next biennium and see if this is adequate for us, which I believe it is. And then at that point, we could even lower our reserve policy to something to approximate what we have now. And so I'll stop here and for discussion.
Okay, great. Comments? Councilmember Pascal?
Thanks, John, for the presentation so far. I was just going to respond to your question here. You know, there's a couple of the strategies listed there that I wouldn't be in favor of because I think they push costs just kind of down the road, such as deferred preservation fee, street preservation fee. And there's a couple of things that we really worked hard to include in the contract, like the November yard waste extras and stuff. So I'm really interested in kind of seeing how this reduced reserve would work and kind of what are our strategies to address it down the road in the future years. So, oh, and then I just one other comment before I forgot related to some of the other utilities, water, sewer. One of the things that would be helpful next time when you present, I believe in September, would be to also include information about North Shore utility for those kind of what's been their historic rates have been rate increases, and kind of if there's any preliminary information that they have, because I like to kind of look at the city as a whole rather, because when we look at water and sewer just for us, we're really only looking at half the city, and I want to make sure we're looking and taking into that total picture a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon?
Thank you. John, if you project forward to the next biennium about this ending fund balance, do you have a feel for where we would be in the following biennium? I mean, are any of these factors that we're concerned about for 23-24 going to create a trend into 25-26, or is it looking good for 25-26 that our rates would result in heading in the right direction?
I certainly think it's looking better. We're going to the waste management, we'll just call it the waste management rate increase coming off the books, and then we'll start normalizing. We're not going to be able to get away from inflation, but I think we're going to be in a better place if the council is interested in gradually replenishing that reserve back through rates. Council member, I think that I feel a little bit more positive for 25 and 26 than I do now.
So that would potentially advise a wait and see perspective? Because I assume this is going to go as a recommendation to the city manager in finishing the budget, and that we'll probably see it in a list of options.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess the other thing I would add is that, this reserve, of course, we'd like to get it back up to a 1 month worth of payment over time, but it's an emergency reserve. So if for some reason there was some catastrophic event, what would have to happen for us to use this is we'd have to have people not pay us solid waste rates, right? So basically, our ratepayers would have to stop paying us for a period of time, or for some reason the revenue stream would have to be interrupted. So it's sort of hard to imagine what that could be, right? But we have all our other emergency reserves in the general fund as well. So one of the reasons we feel like we can wait and see is that if you had an event like that, we'd be able to tap other funds as well as this fund. So, and then what we'd like to do is give a strategy for how do we get back to this over time, but smooth it out a little bit.
Mr.
So yeah, just to follow up on that, it sounds to me like, we're not in danger of the city's checks bouncing or anything like that, right? It's just that if we had to cover a temporary shortfall, we could do an interfund loan from one of the other reserves to do that, and then catch that back up through rates in the following year or whatever. Is that right? All right, thanks.
All right, that's correct.
Any further discussion? I see none. Anything else for us, John?
Thank you, and I just want to let you know we will be back on the 6th with the proposed utility rates, and then with a target of adopting the rate ordinances on October 4th or October 18th. That's it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Back to you, City Manager.
Thank you, John, and all the folks who put work into those rates. There's a huge team behind John's work, and we're really grateful for folks both in finance and public works for all they did to help us with that. All right, so our next topic is tax increment financing, and this is the first background briefing for what will end up being a two-part discussion with the council. And here to kick us off is our Deputy City Manager, Tracy Dunlap, who's spearheaded this for us. Tracy.
Good evening. Let me just do a little slide transition here. All right. Can you see that?
Not yet.
No, it has to be shared first, I think.
Thank you. Out of practice, sorry. Good evening. I just wanted to take a quick moment to give you a little background on the work we've been doing regarding the tax increment financing strategy before I introduce our consultant, who's actually going to do the bulk of the presentation. We have about 20 slides, though some of them are fairly quick. We hope the presentation will take 10 or maybe 15 minutes, and then you'll have hopefully 10 or 15 minutes to talk about the feedback questions that we posed in the memo. So with that as just an introduction, again, I'll give a brief history of how we got here, and then Bob Stowe will describe the work that's been done to date, and then the timeline. So this is really intended to be an introduction to the topic of tax increment financing, and sort of a first check-in before we begin the next stage of the study to get feedback from the council. So as a matter of background, you'll recall as part of the station area plan process, you had requested the fiscal impact and community benefit analysis that was completed in October of 2021 that looked at essentially operating and capital needs to serve the upzoning in the station area plan, and the potential revenues to support that. One of the major findings of that was that the city could afford to make those investments so long as a variety of strategies were used to balance the overall budget and station area needs. And it also noted that even if you hadn't done the rezoning, that there were significant capital investments and demands for services if that area had developed under the current zoning. And so part of what that evaluation looked at is, does it make it more or less likely that we can make all of those investments? And so one of the findings there also was that the more concentrated transit-oriented growth might help the city address that growth more effectively, and it does provide access to more tools to pay for the infrastructure, one of which is tax increment financing, or a local tax increment financing, as it's called in Washington, which is something that was passed in 2019 to help as an economic development tool. And so when that work was done, it really hadn't been put to work yet, the tax increment financing, and there have only been, and Bob can speak to this more, there have only been one that's formed There's one that's close, and we're the first one talking to King County about it. And so it's still pretty new, and so things will evolve. But we did a competitive process earlier in the year, and Stowe Development and Strategies, teamed with Echo Northwest, was hired to help us in that evaluation, because one of the things the statute provides for is a particular study that needs to be done that is then evaluated by the state treasurer. And so through that process, we engaged Stowe Development and Strategies, and it was a two-step process that Bob will talk about, and we're coming to you today because we finished the first step. And so with that, I'll introduce Bob, and I'll let him introduce himself and his team, and then I'll be back for the questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. Bob Stowe, Stowe Development Strategies. I'm a community development and economic development consultant, primarily for cities, counties, and tribal governments. And teamed with me, but not here this evening, is Morgan Shook of Eco Northwest. And he's done all the calculations of our TIF. Morgan and I have worked on a number of TIF projects, are currently working on a number of TIF projects across the state, and so we're delighted to be working on yours. And again, great to be here tonight. So as your Deputy City Manager had mentioned, our work has focused on the first of two steps, and our first step is completed, and we're here to receive your feedback on that step as we proceed forward. And what we're going to be talking about tonight are the proposed public improvements associated with a proposed tax increment area, along with the preliminary revenue projections that we have calculated for that tax increment area. And we'll talk a little bit more about step two here in a few moments. This is the basic TIF model, where TIF captures property taxes generated from the increased assessed valuation of the site that results from private development that follows the infrastructure investment. It's important in Washington State that the tax increment financing law excludes the state property tax, as well as the voter-approved school levies. And this law was not designed to harm any of the existing taxing districts by the fact that each taxing districts that are part of a tax increment area will continue to collect their same levy of the base that you see here illustrated in this slide. The sponsoring TIF jurisdiction will receive the same levy that they would receive normally if as part of the tax increment area, plus all the participating entities' levies. They'll receive that levy based on the incremental growth within that area. And we can talk a little more about that, but that's the basic concept of tax increment financing. So a very quick overview is that's available to cities, counties, and ports. There's only 3 entities that can form a TIF. It's a very powerful economic development tool. It's designed really for project-specific or site-specific, not that you would simply form a TIF and then hope that development happens later on, because you're still going to be responsible for any debt that you issue against that infrastructure. Projects will not occur but for the public investment in infrastructure, and this is what we refer to as the but-for requirement. It results in a creation of new assessed value, public benefits, construction of the desired development, short-term and long-term jobs, and then taxes, of course, from the development fund the public infrastructure needed by the development in the first place. And it's no impact on individual property tax owners. It's not an additional tax or an increase in taxes on individual property owners. Some key elements also that city, county, and ports would adopt an ordinance that designates the tax increment area, also identifies the public improvements that will be financed and whether bonds will be issued. There are some limitations, however. No more than 2 active increment areas can be formed at any one time, and they may not overlap. Also, no more than 200 million of assessed value of the increment area at the time that it's adopted, or 20% of the AV of the jurisdiction, whichever is less. In this case, it's 200 million of the assessed valuation is a limiting factor in Kirkland. Cannot add additional public improvements or change the boundary after the ordinance is adopted. Must include a deadline when the construction of the public improvements would begin, and that deadline is 5 years with an ability to extend for a good cause. The local government can only receive the TIF revenues for a period of time that's necessary to pay the cost of the public improvements, or 25 years if you're issuing debt for that period of time. We've based sort of our work in evaluating the tax increment financing on the 85th stationary plan that was recently adopted by your council. So these topics are very familiar to you, but included the key elements or attributes of almost 60 acres of transit-oriented community development, a thriving new walkable district with high-tech and family-wage jobs, residential, commercial, office, mixed use, park amenities, significant affordable housing, desired placemaking opportunities, new tax revenue, and public infrastructure that was necessary. Based on our work with city staff and the consultants, we identified 3 key infrastructure projects that are needed to support the land use intensity and community benefits of the stationary plan. They include the Northeast 85th Street and I-405 sewer main at $16 million projected, Forbes Lake Park development at $12 million projected, and $124 million $30 million for the 124th Avenue Northeast roadway widening. I mentioned the but-for requirement early in the presentation, and Washington state law requires that the local government make the following findings, which is really comprises of the but-for requirement: that the public improvements proposed to be paid for or financed with tax allocation revenues are expected to encourage private development within the increment area and to increase the SS value of the real property within the increment area. Also, the private development would not reasonably be expected to occur solely through private investment within the reasonably foreseeable future without the proposed public improvements, and that increased value within the increment area that could not reasonably be expected to occur without the proposed public improvements would be less than the increase in the assessed value estimated to result from the proposed improvement with the public improvements. So, the but-for requirement, we're going to be further evaluating that as part of step 2. But we felt it was important to take a preliminary look at this requirement as part of step 1. And so we've come to the conclusion, some preliminary findings that we think are important. And we cite these here that are also cited in the June or July 31st memorandum that you have as part of your packet. But based on the city's prior work, a sound argument can be made that the proposed TIF infrastructure improvements are necessary to support the 85th Area Street Station Area Plan, and that the only high-intensity commercial uses from redevelopment are capable of generating sufficient revenue to support the required community benefits. And then secondly, if TIF improvements were required to be funded by private developers, it would likely mean that the projects would not deliver the same amount of the public benefits and not develop as envisioned by the stationary plan. Certainly, and again, we'll be revisiting the but-for requirement as part of our step 2 work. This is the proposed increment area for the TIA. It's an assessed valuation of 120, I think it's 27 million. Sorry.
Yeah, that's correct. That's behind your screen.
Yeah, move that a little bit. 127 million, which is less than 0.5% of the city's total evaluation, well below the $200 million threshold that will leave you a reserve to the extent that you want to form a second TIA into the future. This is a increment area that is also selected based on where we believe the likely redevelopment will occur as a result of the infrastructure, and also was selected also to reserve some capacity to form a second TIA, which would be less than $72 million if you decided to form a second TIA into the future. This is a busy chart, but it's basically the TIF levy of $3.42 per $1,000. It excludes the state property tax and then the exempt levies and other levies that are responsible for debt service of other participating jurisdictions. But again, all the participating jurisdictions as a part of TA will continue to receive their same tax that will levy the same amount of their base value, and it's only the increment area that tax will go of the city and all the participating jurisdictions, which comprise of $3.42 against that increment area. So that's where the property tax TIF revenue is coming from. We've looked at several different development programs and scenarios in order to come up with some preliminary revenue. We've created a baseline which represents the full development, which you might view as most aggressive or most that is likely to occur within the tax increment area. We've looked at something that we've called reduced, which includes that same sort of core development that's indicated below, which just has a few properties, plus 1/2 of the development potential of the baseline development. So sort of a mix. But that excludes the Costco site. And then the core development just includes a few developments that are most likely to occur as a result of the TIF improvements. So this is a visual that shows those. The baseline, again, is all the parcels. The most aggressive, the reduced, excludes the Costco site. And then the core development excludes the Costco site plus a few other sites, or another way to say it, includes only a few sites, a few parcels, in a very sort of minimalist approach or a very conservative approach. And the below charts are simply some of the square footages associated with each of those development scenarios. These are the revenues that are projected from each of those scenarios. They range from $54 million to $82 million, and then a more conservative approach, the debt service of about 20% less than that first is between $43 million and $66 million. So our next steps would be part of step 2, which is the implementation and the project analysis, and which will prepare the project analysis report required to be submitted to the Office of the State Treasurer. State Treasurer doesn't have any rulemaking authority. They simply provide comments in which the jurisdiction then must consider before adopting an ordinance. We'll conduct public and tax district outreach. We've done some preliminary outreach to date, but we'll do the formal outreach as the project analysis starts to take form. And then finally, let's prepare the tax increment area ordinance for council consideration. These are all the elements associated with step 2, the project analysis. Includes the timing of the debt service, the debt service and the debt service coverage, maybe some sensitivity analysis, some various development components. We'll look at maybe sequencing the infrastructure improvements, and as well as then sequencing maybe multiple bond issuance to try to better manage risk, more focus on the but-for analysis. We'll look at other taxes that get generated from development, as many times the taxes that are generated from sales tax, both ongoing one-time utility taxes, et cetera, are more than what the property taxes are going to generate from TIF. So that'll be an important component for you to rely upon if for some reason that the development doesn't occur as quickly as we anticipate, or the scope and scale might be different when the development does occur. We'll look at also impacts and what mitigation measures might be necessary for affordable housing, school districts, fire districts, et cetera. This is the proposed timeline that's also included in your packet. It includes that the project analysis would start in November and be finished in January. That the ordinance would be submitted to the City Council sometime in March for your consideration. It also includes some public outreach, public briefings that would occur in February prior to any consideration that the Council would do in March on actually forming the ordinance. The ordinance needs, in order to take advantage of the next available date in which a tax increment area can be formed, they can only be formed in June of any year. And so provided that you have an ordinance adopted prior to that, you'll then be able yourself to take advantage of the next available date, which would be June of 2023, that would then avail you the ability to collect any tax increment revenue the following year in 2024. And that concludes my presentation, and I think your Deputy City Manager was going to facilitate a discussion. I'm happy to address any questions that the council might have.
Questions, council? I see none. Thank you very much for your presentation. We may have something for you as we go through the questions.
Sure. A couple of things that I thought I might just go back to and highlight that might be questions that came to mind. And one is going back, pardon my scrolling, to the infrastructure. In the packet, there was a little description of the three projects, but I wanted to talk a little bit about why we think these are the projects that you might want to select. And one is that they are projects that would be very difficult to make a condition of development on any given developer. In the case of the sewer main, it could be any one of those smaller developments that triggers the capacity issue, and their ability to actually fund that as a direct mitigation would be unlikely, because it's basically going to create capacity for a much larger system in the end, because it's diverting some of the flows from the current system to the main King County interceptor. Similarly, the Forbes Lake Park development, your focus is affordable housing and a place for people to go. Again, any individual affordable housing project, probably you wouldn't be able to tag the whole development on there, but it would be something that you could do proactively. And then the 124th roadway widening, which includes the larger profile, the boulder profile that was in place, is sufficiently large that, again, the likelihood of any individual development triggering it and having to do it as mitigation and doing it proactively is probably relatively low, and it provides capacity more broadly. And so when you look at those three scenarios of development, in some ways it's intended to show the but-for analysis, because without including all of these parcels, the likelihood of the baseline scenario, which is the more aggressive scenario, a lot of the dense development happening is less, because none of those individual projects in between would be able to afford to build these particular projects. And we've heard from you throughout the station area plan, you want to be proactive so that we're not reactive as this happens. And so that's how we picked these three projects, because they kind of fit in that framework. So a lot of the information and the work that's been done so far is to sort of help informing a risk analysis, because you want to have some likelihood that the development is likely to happen, or you want to have some confidence that the development is likely to happen. And that'll be a focus of the work in step 2, is looking at that in more detail and how we can mitigate some of that. And so we put these questions up in the memo. We don't necessarily need to take them one at a time, but we just wanted to kind of get a sense if the TIA boundary makes sense, if saving some of the capacity for an additional tax increment area makes sense, because that $200 million limit is for, you can have two, and they can only have a total starting assessed value of $200 million. Interestingly, we did look at the entire station area, and it's over $200 million in its existing AV, so we couldn't necessarily do it over the entire area. Again, the reason I went back to the projects is the third question is kind of what our rationale was for selecting those three projects, if it's reasonable. And then, we will be talking more about risk mitigation in part 2. But what we wanted to do is check in with you here, both to give an introduction, but to see what questions you have or what things you might want us to bring back to you in step 2, because we'll be doing, or the consultants working with city staff will be doing a deeper dive in all of the above. And so at this point, if you're reasonably comfortable with what we've talked about so far, then they'll start going deeper into it. So it's to help us frame that.
Councilmember Pascal.
Okay. Well, thanks, Tracy and Bob. It's really clear that you've put a lot of thought into this, and you have some good consultants on board. I know that. I just had some questions that kind of help me understand it a little bit more. One of the questions I had was related to the capital projects. So let's say that, for example, project costs increase beyond what we thought, is one of the risks then that we would have to move capital dollars that were programmed for another capital project somewhere else, defer that and to fund these because we have to push these forward? Is that a risk?
I think there's a risk. I think it depends a little bit on the revenues that are being generated by the tax increment area and how much debt they can support. So if the project costs come in higher, the objective is to complete the projects. So we can use additional revenue from the TIF district if it exists. But the other thing about the fiscal impact analysis is it did assume that we were also going to put impact fees that we collect and other revenues toward some of these projects when the analysis was done. The project costs, particularly for the transportation project, have changed because the profile changed. But I think the one thing that I would say about turning the station area plan vision into a strategy is it's really going to be dependent on what happens when. And so even projecting the revenues at this point, we're starting to be able to look at it, but what we'll need to look at is the whole basket of revenues that come in, because one of the things this does, you might remember from the fiscal impact analysis that there was general fund revenue available to fund infrastructure. This is a way to leverage that. And so depending on how good those projections are, we might have more revenue coming in than what we're looking at. So that would be the first place we'd look in the circumstance you described, but we would also want to look at the totality of the revenues being generated. So I think the good news is, and I'll look at Bob quick, but we can do more than what we've included if the tax increment financing would support it, but there is certainly a risk that you might have to put other revenues toward the projects if the costs went substantially different or change the scope, which is possible. Potentially as well.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to understand the risks. Then just the other question I had related to the projects were, and I think the sewer and the park project, like in my mind, make a lot of sense. The transportation one does, but I just have questions about why that one as opposed to perhaps others. And I'm wondering if that's information that can be shared, like more documentation on that, or kind of your thought process, because I know you obviously thought through it. That one never really jumped. It didn't initially jump out to me that we were doing that project. So it was just one that kind of surprised me. And there's other ones that I think would be also difficult to fund in the station area. And that one is on the future K line. It's on a principal arterial. It's actually a really good candidate for outside grant funding. And there's other ones in the station area that are still really important to achieve our mode share goals. So that would be something that I would just be curious to get a little bit more background on.
And I think we can do that as part of the next step. But you do also raise a good point that if, to your earlier question, if the costs were coming in higher, we would still want to continue to pursue other people's money, as it were, grants for those kinds of projects. I think just a really quick answer to your question is this particular project feels like one that we want to make sure is in place before all that development occurs, because it's going to be key to the circulation piece of it. So that's a little bit of the answer, but we can certainly be more specific about that as we move forward into the next piece.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Tracy and Bob. So the boundary options presented seem reasonable. I think one of my questions, though, is, because we always plan ahead, do we have a possible location or locations where we're thinking for the second?
Do you want me to talk about the one that we talked about? And interestingly, Bob was involved in some of those conversations. The one we talked about briefly was the Kingsgate Park and Ride, TOD, which is sort of interesting because it's a lot of public property, so it doesn't have a lot of starting assessed value, but could we create a catalyst to start the parking garage and and all. And Bob had some conversations with his contact at the Department of Transportation, and there may be some interest, but Sound Transit has a role in all of that as well. And so that was one that we talked about specifically. I do think as long as the boundaries aren't contiguous, that there might be an option. This is very focused on the density east of 405 at the station area. There's the potential that we might do something to the west, though there's not nearly as much density, so probably not as much capacity to be able to do that.
Okay, that's helpful. Considering we only have, what, do the math for me, $40 million left after this?
Yeah, 70 or thereabouts. You know, these will all get adjusted when we do
As
the
we
more
move
detailed
forward,
analysis. But yeah, somewhere in the area of 70 million.
Okay. The other thing that I keep thinking about with this is, as you just said, there's going to be a lot happening up there. And how are we going to sequence these projects so that they're not all happening at once, that the burden on the community is as small as possible? So if we don't get our money from this till 2024, as we move forward in this process, is there an advantage to starting projects earlier, such as the Forbes Lake Park? And how would we do that? How would we finance that? So in my mind, I need a master schedule of when these projects are going to start happening so that we can make that judgment.
Part of that is I think what we'll develop in more detail in step 2, but some of the engagement we've done so far is with our bond counsel, who are also tracking this very closely, and with the county. And what we've talked about with the bond counsel is the potential of doing more than one debt issue, so that we phase these projects, perhaps doing the sewer and park project sooner and the transportation project later, in part because of that congestion and construction issue, because I think the park project in particular could be done while some of those other things are happening. The sewer one's a little tricky because if we're going under the station, we probably have to do it after the station's completed. But one of the questions we asked the bond counsel was whether we could do some pay-as-you-go before we issue the bonds. And they said, you know, you can if the revenue's coming in, but if we wanted to start even earlier, we could go through a process to state our intent to reimburse the design. So if we wanted to start the design of Forbes Lake Park in 2023, as part of all of this action you'd be taking to form the TIA, you would state the intent that you're essentially fronting that money that'll then be paid for with the TIF. But I do think that 5-year, that construction needs to commence in 5 years, is a little tricky, because you're trying to balance capturing the assessed value sooner rather than later with the ability to actually begin the construction. And so right now, that's our thought process, is maybe we try to do 2 bond issues and do the projects in phases.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Bob, both for the presentation and the details in the memo. As we look at the stationary boundaries, and especially looking at some of the options with the core and the reduced, I'm noting that some of the parcels that I think are listed here are things that we have projects in the development pipeline. And the way that I understand this is that the tax increment is based on assessed value, and it's not like we traditionally think of vesting and planning when the permits are in. So we could get the benefit of the Madison redevelopment and others through that. Is that through this TIF process? Is that correct?
That is our current thinking.
Okay.
That is our current thinking, and that's why we're testing it with all these different folks.
So one thing that would be helpful as we get into detail to help our confidence in saying we think this is going to generate revenue is an idea of, for the parcels that are included in each, what we know about development progress in there, whether permits have been issued, whether things have been pre-submittal, anything like that, to say we know that there's some development in the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, discussion? Councilmember Black.
This is thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Tracy and Bob, for the presentation. And this is a little bit of a tangential question, but it does come from one of our residents who've asked. And I just wanted to seek clarification for ourselves and our residents who are watching. So we did receive a question about the widening of 24th as part of the one candidate CIP project. And my understanding of what we're proposing there, and frankly, also north in Totem Lake area on 24th, is really widened capacity for the area of density that is being developed. It's not widening of 24th as a thoroughfare from 85th to 124th.
Right, and I'll look and see if anyone shakes their head, but I think most of this is focused between 85th and 90th.
Right.
And then the work that's coming from Totem Lake, sort of south, I think it's really more intended to make sure that there's flow for all of what's occurring in the 85th station area. It's to provide that additional capacity and the non-motorized piece of it as well.
I think the non-motorized piece is an important point. It's for also for the biking and the rolling and the pedestrians. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? I'm not sure we got answers to all your questions. I'm still not certain where the money's coming from.
Well, you know, it's funny. We had a little conversation earlier about how we might be able to illustrate this, because one of the things that I would say is we're getting a share of the incremental value from the other taxing districts. You know, our total property tax levy is what, $1.35, but the amount of the levy this applies to is $3.50. So we are getting that benefit in there, but how to basically say what would the world look like without it and what would the world look like with it, that's going to be the trick. And what I would say is in our conversations so far, yeah, the Department of Revenue is issuing clarifications over time. In our conversations with the county, they're like, wait a minute, we need to think about this. You know, it's something that is definitely evolving. And I think Bob and Morgan from Echo Northwest are plugged into those conversations. But hopefully, being kind of first in, the thing that was nice is in our conversation with King County, they said, we're so glad you're being so proactive and reaching out so early, because we were actually the first ones they've heard from in King County to look at it. And what I think everybody starts to realize is this is a technical, there's a policy piece of this, but this is a pretty technical thing. And just as a slight editorial from my past, tax increment financing in other states doesn't work like this. It doesn't have all these constraints, nor does the property tax work the way it does in Washington, which we talk about all the time, right? The way the 1% works and everything. And so layering the rules in this legislation on the constitutional requirements and how the 1%, it's pretty technical. And then how to project it into the future is really an economics question because of the way they move. And so the good news is we feel like we have the right people looking at it and we're plugged in. One of the people on the call was one of the King County economists, because they were saying, oh yeah, how's this actually gonna work? So we're hoping that we have the right brain power focused on it to at least be asking the right questions proactively and making sure that we don't make some assumptions that turn out to be different 6 or 12 months from now when we're actually counting on the revenue.
Would it be possible to take the Madison project, for instance, and look at it pre-TIF, the revenues pre-TIF versus with TIF?
We were talking a little bit about doing it kind of like we did for the incentive zoning, where it was like a hypothetical $100 million big development project. Maybe not as big as the Google development agreement, because that's at one end, but not one of the smaller ones, but something there. And so maybe when we choose that, we can see, give you some sort of sense of what that looks like. You know, if we pick a $100 million development project, what it would look like before and after. So that's kind of what we're we're thinking about.
Noodling on.
When we bring it back, yes.
Well, thank you both for the presentation. Continues to be more information than it's possible to grasp fully. But if there are no other questions, I think we are done.
Thanks.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, and thank you, Bob, for your presentation. And with that, we will adjourn until 7:30.
Thank you.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session for 2023-2024 preliminary utility rates discussion and on a tax increment financing strategy for the 85th Street corridor. We are at item 5, communications in our agenda this evening. I want to welcome everybody this evening. We are at items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of every issue. If you're present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during the items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called in the order in which they signed up. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, but we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disagreement with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome expressing their viewpoints, regardless of content. Because they can be disruptive, we don't allow signs or placards in the chambers, regardless of their content. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our city clerk to begin calling those who have signed up to speak.
Our first 5 speakers are all virtual, and the first 2 are Tina Oines and Taylor Oines.
Tina, are you with us?
Hello?
Hello. Oops. Tina, would you hang up one of your phones if you've got 2 of them going?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, we need you only on one line.
Okay, I think we've got it.
Sounds better. Go ahead.
Hi there. All right, I'm Tina Oines, owner of Ivy Gift and Home at 141 Park Lane in Kirkland. I'd like to read into the record a letter written to the council on July 26th, 2022. It begins. As attached, you will find a list of all of the businesses on the 100 block of Park Lane. Every single business that responded was adamantly opposed to full-time closure of the street. There was a split in whether or not to continue summer evenings on Park Lane, but every single business was opposed to the full-time closure. Additionally, you are receiving letters from many other stakeholders, property owners on Park Lane and neighboring businesses on Main Street and the East Block of Park Lane that are also adamantly opposed to full-time closure. Some of the chief concerns listed in the comments from stakeholders are as follows. Financial loss, which is well documented that businesses are negatively affected by daytime closure. Dead street in the daytime, especially in the winter, as we saw with the east end of Park Lane during the Sunday trial. Loss of handicap accessibility, loss of curbside pickup options, loss of parking. Several of the businesses have no alley access for maintenance, deliveries, pickup, and emergency services. No one understands this street better than the people doing business here every day, all year round. Please, we ask that you do not waste your time, our time, because we will fight it, and the tax dollars pursuing this. I thank you for your time. Sincerely, the 100 block businesses on Park Lane. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Park Lane businesses.
Thank you, Tina. Is Taylor with you?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so why don't we just go ahead and reset the clock? And we will start Taylor. Taylor, are you there?
Taylor?
Are you there?
He's trying to sign in, Penny.
Okay.
Sorry, we didn't expect to be on until the very, very end.
Okay, that's fine. Tina, is he with you? Can you hand him the phone?
He's in a different area, but let me go see. I'm going. Okay, he's signing on, Penny. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
You could skip to the next speaker if you prefer.
Sean, what do you think? Okay, Tina, go ahead and have him do that.
And Tina, we're going to demote you.
Okay.
The next speaker is Amy Kangas, followed by Sam Rappaport, unless we see Taylor.
Got it.
Good evening.
Welcome, Amy.
Hi, thank you. My name is Amy Kangas. I am an employee of the Housing Justice Project, which serves tenants in King County, including Kirkland, facing eviction. And this evening, I would like to read into the record a statement from a Kirkland renter. Are you all ready for me to go ahead?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Oh, hello, my name is Nareshmi. I am a person of color, new to the US and married to an African American. I share my race and my husband's race because America is a racially segregated country steeped in anti-Blackness. English is not my first language, so please forgive me for any mistakes. I want to bring to your attention various hurdles we face in securing a place to live in the East Side. We were renting via smaller individual renters, but we had to face hurdles. Individual house owners have higher requirements than corporate renters. For example, asking for around 2 months deposit or asking for high credit score to be eligible. My husband has been told that the place is already rented or discouraging him when they realize he is a Black man. So we are forced to go renting an apartment via the corporation. We like Kirkland, but it has become out of reach for us as our corporate landlord has decided to increase our rent by $400. Paying $2,270 for a 2-bedroom apartment is not feasible for us. We couldn't find anything else in Kirkland that we could rent. We have decided to move to another city. The impact has affected us more than we can imagine. Moving away from a community and friends is not easy. We feel like we have been forced out of our community. I hope you take the needed actions to make Kirkland diverse and livable to people like us. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Are you done?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just raise my hand.
We're not seeing Taylor yet signing in. So our next speaker will be Sam Rappaport, and followed by Angela Rosman.
So all I'm supposed to say is what Sheila said?
Are you there?
There's no.
Taylor, are you here?
They're muted now.
Is Sam here?
Okay, so it looks like Taylor is now on Tina's connection.
Okay.
So shall we take Taylor?
Yes, let's take Taylor. Taylor, can you hear us?
Please unmute yourself. Shall we move to Angela Rosman?
We lost Sam.
Sam has not joined the audience.
Okay, let's go to Angela.
Okay.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
So I'm here to talk about housing, but I do want to just give 15 seconds on Park Lane that I think we need to look to the future, and having more walkable, pedestrian, people-focused places is really, really important. So I just want to plug a quick, I am for full closure of Park Lane. If you look in other countries, it's very, very clear that pedestrianized streets work extremely well, and they create vibrancy and connection within our downtowns.
Thank you.
With that, I want to talk about housing tonight. Specifically, I know we are talking about some specific regulations around tenant protections. And I want to say above all that the best tenant protection is more housing. When there is no vacancy, when there is no housing, the rest of it really comes second tier to that. And we are in a severe housing crisis right now, where folks that are looking for new housing may be up against 50 or 100 applicants for a single space. And what we've been doing so far with these regulations is trying to put a Band-Aid over a arterial wound, pretty much. And so while we want to make sure that that Band-Aid is good and can protect folks in the interim, we really need to focus on long-term, how do we have enough housing for people? Like the letter that was just read in tonight, you know, late fees don't protect someone when they don't have housing. Higher security deposits don't protect people when they don't have housing. What we really need, what really protects people, is having options and opportunity to pick housing, to have different choices. And right now, we are giving people no choices. I work for Natural and Built Environments, and we have 401 market rate affordable units in downtown Kirkland. And we care very deeply for this community, and we want to find a way to build more of these housing units. But between some of the proposed regulations as originally proposed, as well as the last couple of years of COVID, it is very, very difficult to build any more affordable housing. And we need, you know, thousands and thousands of more units just in Kirkland, let alone tens of thousands in King County. So I would encourage you to be very thoughtful and considerate about these decisions. And let's all remember that we all have the same goal here, and that is to house people. And if Kirkland is going to be an inclusive, equitable city, that means housing for its residents and its employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we're going to try Taylor one more time, if he can unmute Tina's connection. And then we'll take Sam Rappaport.
Taylor, are you there?
Okay, we'll go to Sam Rappaport.
Okay.
Hey, all. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. I just moved to the Kirkland area and been a resident here for about a year. And in just that past year, I got my next notice, and it's about at least 10% increase. So I don't have to stress that house prices are going up, that even for someone making like a good bit above minimum wage, it's tough to live here and it's tough to pay rent for here. And I'm strongly advocating for more housing protections and for the recommended arch protections of having larger notices for big rent increases, and especially having actually teeth in these clauses of having enforcement if landlords don't obey these, to actually be able to go to court and work with these instead of having private people have to sue them. So I'm strongly advocating for arch and the recommendations there. And as previously noted, this is just the very beginning towards affordable housing. And I really appreciate us moving forward on this endeavor. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Rappaport.
Our next speaker is Susan Peterson, and she is on site, followed by Jenny Jager, who is virtual, and Catherine Frere, who is on site.
Susan.
So hello to everyone. My name is Susan Peterson. I'm a Kirkland resident of 30 years, raised 2 children, and had a long time person in the community. Okay. So tonight, what I want to speak to you about, and hopefully I'm within the 3 minutes here, is a short and simple article summarizes a not so simple issue. This is Cairo Local News, July 2022. And the title is, Understaffed and Overworked Kirkland Firefighters Say the Department is in Crisis. The article goes on to describe Captain Justin Becker in early July working 260 hours straight, and normally he would have worked 80 hours. That's 3x the normal block of time. This is one of the many examples we see illustrating that we have a staffing crisis in one of our core support units that serves our community. It puts individual firefighters as well as the community at risk. So while in this article, Kirkland Fire Chief Joe Sanford agrees that the firefighters are working too many hours, he doesn't consider it a staffing crisis. So my question back to him, of course, I don't get to ask it directly, but what exactly would you call it then? Morale is low, response times are shorter. We know that the vaccine mandate resulted in 12 terminations and retirements. This is the root cause, and we all know this, and it's happening across other fire departments within Washington. Why would we force people to take a vaccine that we know does not stop the transmission of the virus? This makes no sense at the point in time that we are in the pandemic, or what we should be calling it, an endemic. So what happened to my body, my choice, religious freedom, and healthcare laws of protection? We are really at a turning point. We know the rights of others have been taken away, and our lack of action has caused harm to our first responders and their families. These are selfless people who serve the community, and we all need to acknowledge we've turned our back on them. The lack of action and silence screams a heartless indifference, and so I don't sleep well at night knowing this without speaking up. So there is this saying that courage is contagious. When a brave man takes a stand and the minds of others become stiffer. So I would ask you, we need to have courage. You need to have courage. Stand up and course correct. Stop the vaccine mandates and reinstate those who have been forced out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jenny Jager, followed by Catherine Frere.
Is Jenny here?
She's virtual. After Catherine will be Patricia Bowen, followed by Allison Blair.
Ms. Jager, are you here yet?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay.
There you
Okay,
go.
here we go. Hi, I am Jenny Yeager, speaking for Livable Kirkland. Livable Kirkland supports option 2 for Park Lane for further study because we believe in designing places for people first rather than around cars first. We believe in making decisions based on data and values rather than around fear of change. We also believe that with good information, input from many stakeholders, and creativity, the city can create solutions that work and then make Kirkland a great place to live, play, and do business. Livable Kirkland supports option 2. Let's find ways to make Park Lane a pedestrian-focused place, but we can come up with flexible solutions. Let's collect data and find ways to mitigate possible impacts. 2/3 of 2021 survey respondents supported street closure. At that time, there were concerns and fears from many retailers who were hard hit with COVID. But we're moving into new times, and as we do the study, things will continue to change. We need new information and new solutions and flexibility. Park Lane is a place for all of us. Speaking for myself, I am a resident of the northern part of Kirkland. I need to drive or take the bus to Park Lane or to Main Street in Bothell, which is also pedestrian focused. But my family and I love that both of these places have become people and pedestrian focused, at least part of the time. Finding parking is not really a problem. We can find solutions and we can make our cities livable, enjoyable places to be. And these blocks of Bothell and of Kirkland are really gems in our cities. And I encourage you, again, to adopt option 2 for Park Lane. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I believe we have Taylor Oines again in the audience as Garrett. Do you want to take him next?
Sure.
Yes.
Taylor, are you there?
The next speaker is Catherine Frere, and she's on site.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you for the most illuminating meeting on July 19th. I had been trying to understand how we got here, and I think I finally understood. And it is a lack of leadership. Councilmember Pascal, you said, as a policymaker, I'm always going to default to my fire department leadership to make operation decisions. In other words, it's not your purview. Deputy Arnold, you said there are troubling cases, but hey. Councilmember Curtis, you said that you're an Air Force brat and that you're taught to just follow orders. Don't worry, I'm sure that will save you in the end. Councilmember Mr. Nixon, you hid behind RCW 35A 13120. Thank you for actually quoting a law. Although totally irrelevant because the specific purpose is for the power of usurping power, I find it amazing how here everyone fails to acknowledge that other counties have hired their unvaccinated firefighters, but city won't. City Council, the city manager. According to your job description, it says, implements the city council's policies by overseeing the management of the city departments, administering personnel, labor relations, and city budget, and the day-to-day operations of the city. The city manager serves as a chief advisor to the city council and is appointed by and serves at the pleasure of city council. So you see, Mr. Nixon, there is something that you can do. You just choose not to, and it's a total failure to our firefighters. After all, these are just the same firefighters who worked during the 2 years of the pandemic who want their jobs back. Fire Chief Joe, you ought to resign for the shame that you have brought upon this magnificent house. My long line of history is tied to the firefighters. You have left your men and women hanging, and for what? Because everyone here is complacent. Now, can anyone here show me what law gave you the power to fire these brave men and women who chose to exercise body autonomy? Anyone? No, no one wants to step up and ask the obvious questions, which is, where is the leadership? So no council member, Curtis, when you said that all fire departments in King County abide by the recommendation of the City County Public Health, that is not law. Under what law gave you the authority to disregard the law of the land? And in closing, I would like to add a few. A few days ago, we began the process of holding our elected and appointed officials accountable. We began filing lawsuits. Title 18 U.S.C. Section 241, you are in violation of. Title 18 U.S.C. Section 242, you are in violation of. Title 42 U.S.C. Section Chapter 21, 1983, you are in violation of. And we're no longer going to accept the things that we cannot change. We're going to change the things that we cannot accept. And you're going to be held accountable.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patricia Bowen, and she is virtual. Following Patricia will be Allison Blair and Sisselman, then Greg Serbana.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Patricia Bowen, and I'm a housing stability attorney with Eastside Legal Assistance Program. I am specific to Kirkland. My organization provides free legal services to those in need, and I am one of 2.5 attorneys specific to housing. We have seen a massive increase in the amount of need throughout King County and in Kirkland specifically. In just the last 6 months alone, we have had over 150 tenants reach out to us for assistance, whom we have had to turn away because we are beyond capacity. Just now, I have a tenant who is 3 months behind in rent due to having suffered some medical complications. This would be difficult enough for him to deal with, but on top of the approximate $3,600 in past due rent that he owes, he has also accrued $6,000 in late fees. Because right now there is no limit on the amount of late fees a landlord can assess as long as it's in the lease. And I've heard it before, and I know it's easy to say, well, he shouldn't have signed the lease. But that is a luxury that is not afforded to almost any tenants right now. Given the level of housing crisis we are now experiencing, there is no such thing as real negotiation on lease provisions. You either get what you are offered or you are homeless. I have had a client of mine who has been living in the same house for over 13 years. Her rent has gone up approximately 1 to 3% each year for those past 13 years. She has never once been late on rent. She has never once gotten a notice. This year, however, her landlord told her that he would be doubling her rent, and she was given 60 days to either move out or her new rent would ensue at over $4,000 a month. She is in her 70s and is physically incapable of moving herself out of the unit, however, is also incapable of paying that amount of money. In only 40 days, she needs to decide whether she should abandon everything and move out to avoid eviction and give him her 20-day notice, or stay and default. I have had a tenant who was assaulted due to a hate crime due to his race. He fell 1 month behind when he lost his job due to developing PTSD. He received a 14-day notice and is ineligible for rental assistance because 2 years ago when he was laid off, he got rental assistance then. He and his family just vacated their apartment to avoid eviction, and they are now living in their car. These are the serious, very real impacts that our housing crisis is having right now. I ask not only that the council implement the ARCH rules, but also implement them now, instead of waiting 45 days and allowing further suffering for another month and a half. This would also undoubtedly create a mad rush by landlords to implement the rental increases before the new rules go into effect.
Ms. Bowen?
And yes.
Ms. Bowen, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
You can certainly send your comments via email, and we will make sure everybody gets them.
Thank you, Council.
Our next speaker is Allison Blair, and she is in the chamber.
Okay, and the last speaker will be our last speaker in support of the ARCH recommendations.
Good
Welcome, Ms. Blair.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor's Suite. My name is Allie Blair, and I am part of a 3-person scholarship team for the Matthew Dahl Kirkland Youth Council Memorial Scholarship. I serve with Kenny Travel and Lilith Winkler-Shore. All 3 of us are former Kirk Youth Council members who served with our friend Matt in 2007 to 2012. Matt died in February 2019 at the age of 24. And he was, sorry, I tried to cry before this to get him all out. It didn't work. He was very proud of his service to the community and loved being a part of the Youth Council. In Matt's spirit, his parents, Bob and Linda Dahl, established this annual scholarship to benefit a KYC high school senior. We are here tonight to introduce Josh Slate to the council and the community as the 2022 recipient of the scholarship award. Josh graduated from LWHS in June. He will be attending Emory University near Atlanta in the fall, majoring in business. Josh is to be commended for his extensive service to Kirkland, including his leadership role on the Youth Council. In an essay regarding his KYC experience, Josh said that through KYC, he had gained the confidence to voice his opinion and learned, quote, there was no need to be perfect or sound perfect. He closed his essay with this rather profound thought: I have gained confidence in my skills and abilities and recognize the value of failure. Josh is the 4th recipient of the scholarship, along with Annie Main, Cheryl Lee, and Nellie Mex Cannell. Congrats to all 4 now of our scholarship winners. Kirkland Youth Council continues to provide an important formative opportunity for local youth. We want to recognize Reggie Schubiger for the wonderful guidance she continues to provide as a program coordinator for the Kirkland Youth Council. Thank you for the opportunity to make this scholarship award announcement.
Allison, I think we would like it if you would bring your scholarship receiver up here. Sure. We can do congratulations. Actually, why don't you come right up on the dais? Okay. Both of you. Yeah. And I've been to a couple of the events where you have announced these awardees, and I think you guys have done an amazing job. Thank you. And our gratitude to the dolls. Yeah, I know. Come on. Let's do it right under the.
He's part of the scholarship.
Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
One more, Jim. One more person.
Do we need to squish?
Squish.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And our gratitude to the dolls for
everyone.
continuing to do this. This is just fabulous. Okay.
Council, our next speaker is someone named Sisselman, just one name. And we also have Taylor Oynes logged in again. Do you want to try to take him after?
Let's try him last.
Okay. All right.
And again, the name of this next one?
Is Sisselman?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
actually,
sorry?
my name is Sheena.
Hi, Sheena.
Oh, Sheena, I've got you signed up twice.
Yeah.
Once with each.
I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
great.
I've never done one of these before, so okay. I am here in support of the tenant right.
Sheena, I am really sorry, but we can't accept any more testimony in support. We can only take 3 testimonies on each side of every issue.
Oh, okay.
But you can certainly email us with any comments that you'd like to share.
Oh, yeah, no, I just, well, you know what I want to say? I've lived in Kirkland for 4 years now, and I'm a single mom, and my daughter
I
loves it here. And
understand, Sheena.
I just wanted to let everyone know it's a really great city.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Greg Serbana, and he is virtual. Greg will be followed by Michelle Lustgarten.
Welcome, Greg. I hope that you are not here to speak in support of the Arch.
No, I'm not.
Okay, then you may proceed.
Thank you. Mayor Sweet and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to address the contents of Ordinance 04810. I'm testifying on behalf of Widener Apartment Homes and our founder, Dean Widener, and in opposition to the ordinance. My name is Greg Serbana, and I've been in the apartment industry for almost 30 years and currently sit on the board of directors of the National Apartment Association. Widener is a rental housing provider based here in Kirkland. We own, develop, and manage apartment communities throughout the United States and Canada, and are firmly opposed to these types of public policy initiatives that seem very compassionate and caring at first glance, but do not take into account the consequences to housing providers and the resulting burdens that are placed upon squarely our shoulders. When municipalities enact legislation like this, it really does complicate the process. It unfairly scapegoats landlords as the problem for an inadequate supply of housing options and makes owners think twice about whether or not they should even offer their overall rental housing stock in the market. What we've seen firsthand in municipalities like Seattle and Burien, Kenmore and Renton is over-targeted landlords making the decision to sell their properties, and a majority of them are lost as naturally occurring affordable housing options for rent to the public. This is exactly the opposite of what a well-designed and thoughtful public policy stance regarding the production and maintenance of rental housing stock within the city should be. The notice requirements included in this ordinance are very friendly to renters, but are very difficult for housing providers to abide by. It's really hard to predict what our operating costs or market conditions or the overall business climate will be in 6 months from now. In essence, what you're asking for us to do is take a wild guess when we offer rate adjustments that far in advance of a lease expiration. One really only needs to look at the pandemic that started right here in Kirkland several years ago to understand how the world can change overnight. More recently, the significant run-up in inflation and the resulting pressure on all sorts of costs, upward pressure, like food and fuel and commodities and labor, wasn't something we saw as pronounced 6 months ago. And if landlords would have prepared rent increases letters back then for someone whose lease expired today, our forecast would be wildly incorrect. In fact, there are many examples of market conditions softening to the point where rent increases are impossible, and decreases in rent are the most reasonable short-term strategy. This short-sighted requirement for such a long ramp-up notice period doesn't allow for good business to prevail and will result in many landlords asking for larger rent increases from the outset to cover the potential of a market change in the interim period. Should this ordinance pass, I would hope that a reasonable notice period before it becomes effective would be considered. I don't see how 45 days is enough, considering the fact that this proposed bill would burden housing providers with 120 to 100-day notice periods. I have more to say, but I'll submit the rest of my comments in a written form for you. And I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you, Mr. Serbana.
Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are Michelle Lustgarten, Doug Ruff, and Tessa McFarland, and they're all virtual.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet and members of the City Council. I'm here this evening
as part of the Arts Commission, and specifically the chair of the Park Lane Outdoor Sculpture Gallery, to present you the slate of our 6 choices and alternate for the upcoming 2023 display season. We're excited about the diversity of the artists that have presented. We have some repeat artists that have displayed in the past and are currently on display at Park Lane. This year we have an artist as far as Maryland that has 2 of his pieces submitted. One that is interactive as well. So the ability to, the sculpture number 4 has the ability for the public to interact with it. So just wanted to present these sculptures to you. We have fabulous artist statements that support and sort of enhance and define a lot of the art that you see here. And we're excited to have this installed at the beginning of October. This year, we're awarded by For Culture the more money than in the past. So our ability is to give each artist a $1,500 stipend, which is increased from years past of $1,000. So we're excited for that opportunity for those artists to display, and we hope that you'll accept this slate of sculptures for our outdoor Park Lane Gallery.
Thank you, Michelle, and thanks to the members of the commission for giving us advice on how to proceed forward with this. We'll be taking it up in, I think it's on the consent calendar, isn't it? Yeah, so it's a done deal as far as we're concerned. Well done.
Well, thank you for your consideration. We appreciate it. And all the support the city has given to the arts.
You bet.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Doug Ruff, followed by Tessa McFarland and Daphne Lee.
Welcome, Mr. Ruff.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
All right, good. So I'm going to go a little bit sideways from where I originally planned. I think most of you know me. I'm going to speak as Doug Ruff, and then I'm going to speak as the chair of the Juanita Neighborhoods Association. As Doug Ruff, I've gone kind of down a rabbit hole because my daughter is a long COVID caregiver. There are over 7 million people right now, according to the Brookings Institute and matched by the studies elsewhere, that have long COVID and they are unable to work, at least a full day of working. I gave a whole lot of studies from multiple countries to the Fire Station 27. If you were to hire a bunch of people that aren't vaccinated, that is the most likely way for them to have long COVID, to hire somebody with long COVID, which potentially has long-term implications. Literally half the people who originally got COVID in 2020 still have symptoms. So when you, and the studies show that the best way to avoid long COVID is vaccination. And the more times you have a booster, the less likely you're going to have long COVID. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. I will send you some more on that if you'd like. Now, I'm also chair of the Juanita Neighborhoods Association, as many of you know. And we, 7 years ago, the Juanita Neighborhoods Association proposed what we're now calling the Juanita Public Pathway. This is a spur off the Cross Kirkland corridor that goes to the Brickyard Road Park and Ride and passes by Juanita High School. It would help Juanita High School students get to the Cross Kirkland corridor and to Brickyard Road. It would help a whole lot of people get places. It would be a transportation option. It would be safety option. There's a lot of reasons why it makes a lot of sense. We naively thought that proposing that 7 years ago would get something going. Nothing happened. So now we're getting trying to get people on board. So far, the Kirkland Downtown Rotary is on board with us, supporting the Kirkland Chamber is on board. I've talked to people from Google who shows some tentative support. The Juanita High School ASB is going to have some tentative support. We're going to be asking the Lake Washington School District. We're trying to get support on this to get going on the Juanita Public Pathway, which I sent to you before. Once again, from Cross Kirkland Corridor to the Brickyard Road Park and Ride through 3 parks. We think it's a great project, and we hope you will agree.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff. I'm going to ask you if you would send that to us once again.
Okay.
And sounds like you are gathering the kind of support that we would suggest you go out and get.
Great.
So I'm sure we'll be talking about this again. Do we
Thanks.
have this on a list somewhere? Are you aware, City Manager?
I would need to be reminded of this project because it's not something that's coming immediately to mind. So anything that Ms. Ruff could send to me, I'd appreciate that as
Great.
well.
Doug, did you have this on your, on the list for the neighborhood projects?
For the neighborhood project in 2015, nothing happened. So I sent one to the entire council about 2 weeks ago. And if you haven't seen it, I don't know why. I will send it again. Tell me who to send it to, because apparently you're not getting it.
Deputy Mayor Arnold has a comment.
Yeah, this was forwarded from David Walbrook on July 11th.
Okay.
We should have it to the full council, so we should have it in our inbox.
Okay, I don't know why I didn't see
Someone
it.
asked me what your response was, and I said, well, I haven't gotten a response.
You're going to get one, Doug.
Good. That's a
All
good
right.
thing.
All right, thank you.
One more thing, we're welcome to Juanita is September 17th. Edith Moulton Park are all invited.
Thanks very much, Doug.
Your next 3 speakers are Tessa McFarland, Daphne Lee, and Christina Dugoni. We don't see Daphne or Christina in the audience, so if they are joining us by phone, if they could raise their hand virtually so we know those numbers are you. So Tessa McFarland.
Tessa, are you out there?
Yes, I am. I actually had started speaking and then realized I was still muted. I apologize.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard. I really do appreciate you keeping an open mind. I am speaking today in opposition to the tenant protection ordinance. I agree with all of Greg Cervana's comments. We, on behalf of Prometheus Real Estate Group, we've submitted a letter in opposition as well. We oppose the ordinance because, as Greg said, it appears to be well-meaning, but ultimately it will not encourage the development of rental housing. Rather, it's going to deter it. In particular, as Greg mentioned, the notice provisions are substantially different than state law. State law notice provisions are 60 days. The proposed ordinance will move that to a minimum of 120, up to 180 days. That is a giant change in the industry. In addition, the effort to impose installment payments on deposits is really going to undercut the ability of landlords to defend against fraudulent practices. We have set this further in greater detail in the letter that we submitted. And in addition, just overall, I thought that Arch's comments were not respectful of the industry. I think they said that these changes are an inconvenience and essentially said that they're not a big deal for the industry, and that's wrong. They are a big deal. They will damage the industry. They will make the provision of rental housing less attractive to do in Kirkland. And we would ask that the council defer to the protections that are available under state law. And finally, I just wanted to say housing providers have been under quite a bit of stress through the COVID pandemic. And I know the community has been as well. Really, most housing providers are trying to do the right thing. We want to provide safe and affordable housing for people, but our costs have risen dramatically. The risks associated with providing rental properties have also dramatically risen. And again, I thank you for all of your time and for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next two signed up speakers are Daphne Lee and Christina Dugoni, but they are not in the audience for us to promote at this time. So the next two speakers will be Maria Harwell and Taylor Oyness.
Are you with us, Ms. Harwell?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Maria Harwell. My pronouns are she, her. I am an adult with shaved, short, dark brown hair, wearing glasses. I lived in Kirkland for 7 years before moving to nearby Woodinville last year. Kirkland City Council recently received a letter from Eastside Preparatory School expressing concerns about the planned permanent supportive housing at La Quinta. This letter from Eastside Prep does the same thing as other voices we've heard when raising concerns about the site. They might acknowledge the need for housing for our homeless population and then move on to get on to what they really want to say, that they're afraid of the homeless. That's it. They're afraid of homeless people. If these concerns are based on actual danger, of course, we should listen to these concerns. But we all know these concerns are not based on actual danger. They are based on a decades-long smear campaign waged against the homeless. It's funny, if a person were to talk about their concerns over a group of people living nearby, and those people were all the same race, or all queer, or all women, you'd say it was racist or homophobic or sexist. But we don't have a word really for this like blatant prejudice against homeless people. But just because we don't have a word for it doesn't mean it isn't happening. Would Eastside Prep have written this letter if the La Quinta site was to provide services to people who aren't homeless? I don't think they would. They and everyone else who is concerned about La Quinta have these concerns because this facility is being used to house the homeless. Earlier this year was the 80th anniversary of Executive Order 9066. Over 120,000 people of Japanese ancestry were told by the government, you can't live here. Because enough concerned people were convinced of an impending invasion by Japan. Historians, of course, now know such a concern was absolutely completely baseless. We must continue onward with King County's permanent supportive housing plan as quickly as we can before more lives are lost out on the streets. Real lives, real people with real fears. They're the ones with something to fear, not us. Homeless people are being assaulted and stolen from. They're being harassed endlessly by the police. Their possessions are thrown into the dump. I've seen park employees in Seattle thrown a queen-size mattress, a bicycle, a walker into a dumpster trunk. Homeless people's safety nets are being violently ripped apart because of these sweeps. And people at Eastside Prep and Safe Eastside have the audacity to ask the homeless to wait a little bit longer before we give them some help. Homeless people are dying at higher and higher rates. That is where our concern should lie, not over what might happen if we do a basic thing and just help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harwell.
And our last speaker is Taylor Oyness.
Taylor, did you make it?
Taylor, you need to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Welcome, Taylor.
Thank you. Sorry about the earlier issue.
Go ahead.
Oh, hello?
Please proceed, Taylor.
Oh, thank you. My name is Taylor Oines. I reside in Northeast 60th Street, Kirkland. We also have a business on 141 Park Lane, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, Council. I am in favor of option one, being a resident, a business owner who works, sleeps, and plays in Kirkland, and I receive daily feedback from our customers and have relationships with the local Park Lane businesses, 90 of which are opposed to the street closure, most of whom have invested their life savings into opening their businesses. So I believe it is unfair to ask a non-stakeholder to decide what is best for our businesses. Furthermore, those businesses also have daily insight into what is going on, and some of which have been there for over 20 years. If the city does choose option two, I would welcome a complete and transparent feasibility study of the seasonal or full-time closure of Park Lane. This would be a great opportunity for the city to identify and measure the impacts a closure would have on one, property and tenants' rights due to loss of access to buildings. Two, describe a plan for parking mitigation, including for businesses that serve customers who are differently or disabled, and for private parking lots that are impacted nightly by closures. Three, identification of long-term funding source for cleaning, repairs, landscaping, and general maintenance of the area. And finally, four, get it clear about how much of the often quoted $2.9 million that was invested in the street actually went to fixing the stormwater issue and how much went toward creating a usable festival street. Thank you for your time and have a good night.
Thank you, Taylor. Okay, that brings us to, I believe, no, we have another one? Okay, that brings us to the end of our items from the audience period. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council at this time? Pio, please come up. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. I did write this when I was walking down through the market and the Park Lane.
Pio, would you start with your full
Let's
name?
come here. So my name is Per-Ola Selander. I've been in town since 1998. I've been resident since 2000, which making it 22 years this summer. I come from a little town of about 20,000, and it's spread over an area that's essentially as large as the East Side. My hometown had cars all over downtown. Then it blocked off one block, then two, then three, and now even more. Over a 20-year period, it has become a real destination and it's thriving. No one would suggest to go back to the way it was before. What's happened is that businesses have opened inside alleys, in backyards, and it's a true regional destination. So why should we make Park Lane pedestrian? It's really our own only parade street, unless we can swing a block or block an area of Lake Street. I don't see it needs to be fully blocked all the time, as when it is blocked, we need to have access for emergency vehicles as well. Not everyone probably here is looking to make it a Bellevue Square. It's convenient, but Bellevue Square really lacks soul, and I don't think that's what we're aiming for. We can look at Bothell Main Street, seems pretty successful. We need to start somewhere, sometime. Don't expect immediate success. Maybe we're here asking for too quick payback, not enough planning horizon. Change takes time. Parking in Kirkland, it's not as bad as many people want to make it. I'm glad when I'm finding parking at Park Lane. Today I parked here at City Hall. Many times I parked down Marina Park or Central Way Market. It is possible to find parking in town. Not every business can expect to have parking in front. It wouldn't work. Tonight I saw a few cars illegally parked in Park Lane, but there was plenty of space to allow merchants to expand. A restaurant Paradiso could have had a really huge patio, for example. Concern is always empty storefronts. But we have tons of empty storefronts in town, and many are empty where we have plenty parking. So is the parking the real driver or driver away, or is it something else? I support option 2, and so at least look at what can be done with the public real estate that we have. So don't shut down option 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I declare this items from the audience period closed. Takes us to item number 7, special presentations. The Eastside Preparatory School Health Through Housing Response. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So Deputy City Manager for External Affairs, Jim Lopez, is going to provide a quick overview of a letter received from Eastside Preparatory School and the staff response, and then we're looking for council approval to allow us to send a letter similar to this presentation as a response to Eastside Preparatory.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight in Council chambers. It's one of 3 presentations I'll make tonight, so I thought I'd come in. Tonight, first, I'm going to talk about the Eastside Prep letter, and the recommendation from the staff is that the City Council authorize the City Manager to send a response to the letter regarding King County's permanent supportive housing that is consistent with both the memorandum that I filed with Council and the presentation tonight. So that's the ask of the Council. I would like to say we are very appreciative that Eastside Prep sent us that letter and sent us their concerns. I think if you look through the letter, you can notice a theme of a shared interest in the letter, which is that the City of Kirkland have a legally binding agreement with both King County and the operator of La Quinta. We have that shared interest. But if you move into the discussion points that we're going to ask you tonight, you'll see that EPS is requesting, and we could go to the next slide, EPS is requesting that we amend our zoning code to address these concerns. And as a staff, we're not recommending this for a few reasons. First, it is a lengthy process that involves the council, the planning commission, and staff to address these potential issues regarding similar facilities throughout the county. And it does require reprioritizing our adopted planning work program. So there's a lot of infrastructure associated with this request. And when you couple that against the fact that we're confident that Kirkland is already in compliance with our RCW, which requires city to allow emergency housing and permanent supportive housing in any zones in which residential units or hotels are allowed, we feel, as the council has already adopted, that the most effective way of moving forward with the council on this shared interest that we have with EPS is to move forward with a legally binding agreement with the county, and ultimately that binds us to the operator. Next slide, please. So what we're essentially asking is that the council allow the city manager, and well, here are the fundamental reasons why the city manager, we feel confident that we could do this, is that we have the rules and regulations from the county that do require them to work with the city under the terms of their own agreement. We have an agreement that was passed, or at least a resolution that was passed with the term sheet that specifically directs the city to engage with the county on a legally enforceable document. And as part of that term sheet, we were careful to include that it includes judicial remedies. And we're thinking most specifically for specific performance in that agreement. So what we hope tonight is that the city council will authorize the city manager to make a communication to EPS to emphasize that shared interest in a way that we think would most efficiently and expeditiously move us to health through housing as soon as possible. We certainly share interest with Ms. Harwell that we would like to get this done as soon as we can. And I think if we move to the next slide, our next steps would be to draft the agreement and appropriately engage the public with outreach and education, and then move forward with the timeline that we're on to effectively deal and come to an agreement with King County.
Jim, isn't the actual next step to send the letter?
Yes, if the,
Okay.
yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's not on slide. Council discussion? Are we in agreement with the letter as, or with the information that we're going to be sending as presented? Then I would say that's a go-ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you so much. COVID-19 update? Do we have one?
No update tonight.
Resolution R 5434.
Also, no update tonight, but we are hoping to bring a 2-year anniversary of 5434 presentation to the council on at the first meeting in September.
Best 2 years of my life. Okay, this takes us to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $5,344,862.61 and bills in the amount of $5,847,121.59.
Excellent. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar, moved by Councilmember Curtis and seconded by Councilmember Black. There's an ordinance on the consent calendar, so clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, motion carries. Okay, it's a little early for a break. Do we want to just dive into, okay, let's go dive into our tenant, or to our business agenda. Item number A, the tenant protection policies update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So tonight, we're going to be presenting you with an overview of tenant protection ordinance that is based primarily on the ARCH recommendations. There are some changes that Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez will also explain. We do know that there are several potential amendments from the City Council, so at the end of the presentation, Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez is going to suggest an order in which we might suggest taking up those amendments. So staff is also available to answer any questions before discussion of the ordinance, and we have the two deputy city attorneys on the line as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you. Good evening again, Madam Mayor and Council. So tonight, now, I talk about tenant protections in our update and presentation to you on the ARCH proposals. I'd like to start by saying, just briefly, I'd like to express a lot of gratitude to the Kirkland community. This has been several weeks of a lot of good work, and a lot of people spent a lot of time with us in this process. I've met with some really, really smart, dedicated people on both sides of this issue. And as you can see from the record, there's a good deal of disagreement on the ARCH proposals. You've heard it tonight in our comments. But I do want to point out that there is a very strong common interest in providing more affordable housing in our community. There's a lot of common ground here on the bigger issue of the need for more housing. And I do hope we can build on the goodwill of that so many people put forth in this process to continue to work together to meet this generational need to the benefit for everyone. Now, tonight, we'll go into some of the more detail specifics of the ARCH proposal itself. I'll talk a little bit about the background. Our recommendation involves 4 different options for the council tonight. We'll move into the discussion, where I will give back to the council some of the insights that I've learned from these several weeks of engagement. I'll then present some additional recommendations. Should the council move forward with the ARCH proposals, there are certain recommendations that staff is going to make. We were tried to be very, we were reticent to move anywhere more beyond what we felt was absolutely needed. I do have 2 considerations to present to the council that are not in the proposed ordinance, and then we'll talk about next steps. So next slide. So before the council tonight are 4 options. Option 1 is to adopt Ordinance 04810 as written, which would implement the tenant protections as submitted by Arch with some additions that the staff has put in that I'll talk about in detail. Option 2 is to just take 04810 and amend it as dictated by the council. We have a lot of suggestions by stakeholders in my packet in the memo. Option 3 could simply be to delay action and direct staff back into the field to continue stakeholder outreach and return with further options at a future date. And of course, option 4 could be to take no action and leave current state law in place. Next slide. So, as a quick reminder, the Arch resolution in its essence was 3 provisions. The first provision involved giving notice of rent increases, which would be those greater than 3% at 120 days. And for those greater than 10%, it would be 180 days, 6 months. Arch also recommended that there be a limit on late fees. There currently is no limit. And that the cap on late fees be at 1.5%. And Arch further recommended there be limit on move-in fees, where we would establish a cap of move-in fees and security deposits of no more than 1 month's rent. In subsidized tenancies, there is exceptions where rent is based on the income of the tenant and allows tenants to pay in installments. And all of this is in the ordinance. That's the core of the proposal. But if we could hold here for a second, I would like to say to the community, our approach was to return to the council as the council directed with the proposed ordinance of the Arch 3 recommendations. We did stick to that directive, that limited directive, adding additional provisions only where necessary. We didn't create additional ordinances. Instead, we built a record of stakeholder insights and in some cases, counter-proposals. And this simply allows the council to make changes through the amendment process. In the packet, you would see things as specific as proposals from Robert Pantley, where they went provision by provision with a counter-proposal. And you also saw other materials in the packet that had variations on what the council might do, such as, please don't do it, but if you do, make sure the notice provision equals the effective date. So if it's 180 days, make sure it's a 180-day effective date. And you even saw things in your packet that said, do 3 completely separate things. So next slide. So into the discussion, next slide, we could talk about what we learned. And this is just an overview. And I have to say, since we submitted the memo last week, there's been a lot of our Kirkland and a lot of additional insights that the council's received directly. So the packet, I think, has 17 attachments, and it still doesn't reflect the full record. First and foremost, the provider community talks about high inflation resulting in unusually high and dramatic need to increase rents, and that the rents of inflation and cost escalation for maintaining rental units has been very difficult to predict. They also note that matching rent increases during the pandemic, has been a burden. And at the same time, as of July, the average household income for a family of 4 in King County has actually grown to over $134,000. Landlord groups have also talked about regulations requiring several months in advance notice could have a negative effect of forcing housing providers to increase rents to mitigate the risk of the unknown that far out into the future. They talked about complex tenant protection rules discouraging landlords from leasing housing and may, in fact, discourage the construction of rental housing. Mandating low late fees in this same thread of discouraging housing could provide an incentive for delinquent payments, which could, in effect, provide negative marks on their financial statements so that it would be harder for them to convince financing institutions to finance future projects. If security deposits are subject to limitations or too stringent, they simply might not rent to tenants with compromised credit. We've heard that. And we did hear that the effective date is a big issue. Landlords were very concerned about if we implemented with a standard 5-day effective date, they wouldn't have time to change course, and it would be pejorative against their ability to carry out their contracts. Now, that is just some of the concerns. I did try to include what I received in the packet, and there is a lot more. Next slide. Now, there was certainly an equal amount of energy from the tenant groups. And the tenant groups pointed out in some detail that Seattle has had much more significant tenant protection in place, and multifamily rental construction continues apace with no evidence of reduction. So the tenant groups are really focusing on the notion of markets, and that landlords make decisions regarding the markets, and they're not as influenced by the new regulations. And that's bullet point number 2. Small property owners sell when they believe the real estate market is peaking or due to a change in life circumstances, not solely due to new regulations. They also are quick to point out that the residential rental industry prices its product like other industries, and those prices are market-based. Finally, the tenant groups do point out that late fees do not function as an incentive to pay rent on time, at least in a market as imbalanced as ours. The landlord groups did make this point several times, that tenants are very aware of the need to make their payments on time. If they don't, it could hurt their ability to get housing. It would hurt their credit. It could hurt their ability to get a reference. So the tenant groups were careful to point out that the fear is that because there's no cap on late fees, there could be disproportionate harm by landlords who seek to use late fees as a means of significantly increasing funds from tenants. So that's a summary, and really a very brief summary of the packet. There's a lot more detail in the packet. So let's talk a little bit more about what we have presented tonight in additional recommendations and considerations. Next slide. First and foremost, we feel, learning from some of the other jurisdictions, that in the notice of rent increase section, it would be helpful if the legislation does say something about articulating a dollar amount of the rent or the rent increase. I'm not sure we have it exactly right in the right place in the ordinance that we've presented. There, I suspect there will be an amendment here, but we do feel like putting the dollar amount in this provision, 7.75030, is good practice. Next slide. We also feel, and I think this came with the ARCH recommendations, that the notice of rent increases for income-based subsidized housing should be different. They don't need the 6 months or the 4 months, requiring a 30-day minimum notice requirement that applies to renters of subsidized housing where the rent is based on the income of the tenant is advisable. This provision only applies where the amount of the rent is based on the income of the tenant. This was reinforced by King County when they talked about applying limited programs such as the federal low-income public housing and project-based programs where rent and utilities are sent at the tenant's income. So we're talking about a different paradigm here, and we think this language is a good practice. Next slide. Moving a little bit outside of what might be an easy best practice decision, the staff had to make 2 recommendations. We felt we had to make 2 recommendations consistent with the ARCH proposal. The first on 7.75070, the effect on lease provisions. Here we're saying any notice or rent increase lawfully given to an existing tenant prior to the effective date should be deemed valid. We suggested this language so as to provide an element of, I guess, fairness to landlords who are now learning, would be, if the council passes it, learning about the ordinance, and who would otherwise feel constrained legally to raise their rents, because if it took effect immediately, the effect would be over a period of months you couldn't raise your rent, which was not the original intention, I believe, of the ARCH provision. The ARCH provision was about notice, not capping rent. Now, we could talk about this in more detail. This was something that I understand from the comments tonight and from comments that you've received might be somewhat controversial, but this is where staff felt we landed we felt in a equitable place. In subsection B, we took the position that move-in fees and security deposits that have already been delivered under existing rents should simply be honored for the year or the term of that lease. It would be complicated to be giving rental security deposits back over the course of the year, and we felt consistent with, in many instances, the 1973 adoption of the Landlord Tenant Act, for example, looked prospectively forward for contracts, and we felt that would apply. Those interests would apply here, thinking prospectively forward when the rental agreements had already exchanged funds for move-in fees and security deposits under B. Again, those are staff recommendations. Should the council move forward with the ARCH provisions, we can certainly talk about the pros and cons of those recommendations. Next slide. We also, knowing that the standard 5-day effective date usually accompanies ordinances, staff, we took the position that 45 days seemed equitable as an effective date. So this would give the city and the communications team time to get word out to the landlords. And we're thinking landlords from multi-unit buildings down to ADU owners, for example, who need to know what the regulations are going to say and what their obligations are under the new law. So we felt, even though we do understand the arguments that landlords have extra time to send notices out, we felt 45 days would be a sufficient amount of time, knowing that there's a sense of urgency here, to provide landlords with notice. Next slide. So what I've said up until this point is actually in the proposed ordinance that you have received. Moving forward in my presentation, these additional considerations are not. And it really is just this consideration, which is the opportunity for the rental agreement to be waived under certain very limited circumstances. So we start by saying no rental agreement, whether oral or written, may be changed in the document, except as provided in subsection B, in which we require it to be in writing, and it would relate to move-in fees and security deposits, only if the following conditions are met: that it is in fact in writing and identifies the specific provisions discussed. It does not appear in a standard form or written lease. This is what we would consider to be an extraordinary event, and that an attorney for the tenant has approved in writing subsections B1 and B2. And what we're thinking here is those instances that landlord groups have raised about needing to make risk mitigation decisions about folks that may have bad credit, who otherwise have means to give higher security deposits to offset those bad credit. It would be a limited, this could be a limited exception, and we did not put a provision in this additional consideration that mandated equitable positions of the parties. We felt the attorney representation, and the attorney here would be for the tenant. The attorney would have a duty, a fiduciary duty to the tenant to make sure that it was an appropriate agreement.
Jim, can I ask a question about that one?
Yes.
Couldn't the landlord and tenant do that right now?
There's no, yes, and there's no restriction right now.
Okay.
Because I'd add that the way the ordinance is drafted, this would be prohibited unless you decided to create this exception. The exception was included in the City of Redmond ordinance, and so we wanted to highlight it because it's come up, but we don't have it in our actual ordinance. So if you adopt the ordinance as drafted, they couldn't do this.
So if we adopt the ordinance as drafted, we'd be accepting the Redmond?
No,
No,
this would need to
position
be
doesn't.
a separate amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. This is not part of the proposed ARCH ordinance, so you could not alter it. I'm sorry, I thought you meant currently without the ARCH ordinance. There's no prohibition. Next slide. So let me close by just noting 4 additional points of insight for the council. First, there was a lot of energy that the city play a more direct role in helping both landlords and tenants mitigate against risk. The council could direct staff to explore the development of a landlord-tenant mitigation fund to make it easier for housing providers and to rent to low-income, low-credit score households or other at-risk households. Frankly, we could come back to you with proposals of a landlord-tenant mitigation fund that could address whatever the council really directed staff to address. This is certainly one area we think where it could find fruition. And we have identified ARPA as a potential funding source. 2, there is a very strong mutual interest to work together at the local level to design and prioritize strategies to increase the supply of affordable housing. I think you have seen that throughout, particularly the expedited research about how our expedited outreach about how important it is to focus on the supply of affordable housing.
Jim,
yes.
1 second. I've got a
Oh, I'm
question from Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now it feels like an interruption, Jim, so I apologize.
Sorry.
But, no one. So I had a question about bullet point 1.
Yes.
So staff is presenting this option to us. My first impression is this is a fairly substantial program within the city of Kirkland. And I'm wondering, I don't mean to put you or the city manager on the spot, but what is an analogous size and scope of program similar to what this would likely look like? We don't know what this would exactly look like. It could have a lot of different permutations. It could be of different sizes. But if we had to guess, what's a comparable type of program the city of Kirkland operates?
So we don't
compared to
have anything
this type of
comparable.
program.
And this is something Mr. Lopez and I have been talking through a little bit. What we would likely propose to you is something that's aimed at the outliers. So, for example, if you adopted something that said there needed to be an attorney to review a person with compromised credit, we might have in this pot the ability to give ELAP extra money to provide that service. So the city of Kirkland wouldn't provide that service. Or we might have a pot, I'm going to make up a number, $50,000 to say if someone needs a move-in fee and they meet a certain income threshold, we could provide that as a grant to help them move in. We would probably base it on all the work we've done with ARPA, where we've set some thresholds about who qualifies for getting ARPA funds for rental relief. So we would want to minimize it as much as possible and make it easy to get the money out, and we certainly wouldn't be trying to sort of recreate a big social services program that you might see in the city of Seattle or a federal program, but it would be, we're thinking very specific to some of these outlier concerns that people have been addressing.
So it would be humble and focused?
Yes, I like that. So, yeah, $100,000-ish as a starting point, kind of a concept is what we were thinking.
Gotcha. And since you introduced, Madam Mayor, can I ask one more question? Since you introduced the subject of ELAP, really in connection with this bullet, but also my answer to my question here, but also earlier, I'm curious, do we know if Eastside Legal Assistance Program offers pro bono services to tenants negotiating lease agreements? Or are their services largely limited to disputes, like notice of eviction?
I don't know the answer.
And I'm sorry to put you on the spot with that, but yeah.
I don't know that either, so we could certainly look.
Okay, great, thank you.
Could be a whole new line of business.
I mean, I asked the question because I suspect not.
Right.
So just to close the point on bullet number 2, the work could include finding additional equitable and efficient mechanisms to ensure compliance. So there is some interest in working with the city in around landlord-tenant rules and regulations, for example, using the code enforcement process and the fining process to provide an easy, cost-free mechanism for tenants to find compliance for these ordinances. And I talked to our planning director about this, and it's definitely a flight path that's going to take some time, but we certainly could pursue that. Next bullet? Yes.
Oh, Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Jim. We're processing while you're talking. We're moving on too fast. So it sounds like two things. There's an interest for local groups to work together to design and prioritize strategies for affordable housing and look for these are two separate thoughts.
I think so.
Okay. So whose idea is it about finding equitable and efficient mechanisms to ensure compliance with landlord-tenant rules? Where?
In the spirit of transparency, that may have started with me. I talked to the tenant groups about the challenge of tenants needing to get a lawyer and go into the judicial system with a private right of entry.
Okay.
I would then expand and say both. I think both sides are interested if you could find a way to have it not be court. That's the way you have to do this because it's really long, hard, and expensive.
Exactly. Takes time, takes money.
Yeah. So now we don't have that solution, but we could start brainstorming ways that maybe achieve that.
Thank you.
I always do look for ways to keep Adam busy in planning. So the next bullet would be that the city, and we heard this a lot from the tenant groups, that the city plays a significant role providing effective, easy to understand communication to inform tenants and landlords about their rights. And I did hear this from landlords as well. But radically simple and effective communication for all tenants to know what they can do and how to do it. I think that was a big point of insight from our outreach. And last bullet, council could direct staff to return in 6 months or at a date certain to provide an update on the results if you pass this legislation, to continue to do checks with all the affected parties as to how it's going and course correct if needed, and we certainly could build the infrastructure to do that. And there is more insight, but I think we've kind of called out those 4 as, or maybe 5, Councilmember Curtis. There's 2 and 1 for council consideration. Next slide. So, City Manager, for next steps, if we go to the next slide, the way we've structured the remaining slides is I've actually taken each of the 3 ARCH proposals and I have them in the slide deck in the ordinance language, the 3 proposals, which would allow the council to address each of them sequentially. I think Deputy Mayor Arnold had raised that interest before about moving through each of them independently. We could, we have that ability. So we could, if the council wanted to discuss each of the 3 and then the ordinance as a whole, we have each of the 3. If we go to the next slide, you could see, for example, this is the notice of rent increase language. This is how it appears in the proposed ordinance. We have this for all 3. But I turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, first I've got some comments from Councilmember Falcone. You're on mute.
Darn it, I almost made it through the meeting so far without doing that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was just raising my hand to get first in line because I wanted to move the ordinance, but now I'm not sure whether the motion would be to move each ordinance section, or how do we want to handle this as far as the motions go?
I'd recommend you move the full ordinance and then we'll just discuss them in sections, but you want to have the full ordinance in front of you.
Okay, great, thank you. Well then, Madam Mayor, I would like to move that we adopt ordinance 04810, creating a new chapter 7.75 of the Kirkland Municipal Code to adopt tenant protections, increasing notice for rent increases, capping late fees,
capping move-in fees and deposits, and authorizing tenant payment plans, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and approving a summary ordinance for publication.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. You want to speak to your motion, Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first, thank you, Deputy City Manager, and the rest of staff who worked really hard to engage the public on this. I have full faith that you did it with such grace. I know this is a tough issue, and there are very passionate and different opinions out there. So thank you so much for leading that effort on behalf of the city. And thank you to each of the stakeholders and community members for your really thoughtful discussion on this and your thoughtful input. As was mentioned multiple times tonight, I firmly believe that the vast majority of folks are really coming from a good place of wanting to make sure that people are housed and that people can have a roof over their head. And that's my lens. My lens for this work is keeping people housed and how we can best go about that. And that's consistently been my lens. I remember years ago serving on the Human Services Commission, the first round of grant applications, reading through them and discussing them, identifying a gap, that there were lots of proposals to help folks who are already experiencing homelessness to become housed, but there were no proposals to help keep folks housed. And that was something that was really important. I felt was really important. And that's when we proposed the legal aid pilot through ELAP, which has now become continually funded. And we heard from Patricia tonight, our ELAP lawyer. So thank you to ELAP for the work that you do. And this is still my lens with this work, is how can we best keep people housed? We all know that we have a housing and homelessness crisis. And these proposed protections are meaningful. We need to continue this discussion. So I'm looking forward to the discussion tonight, but I agree with many of the staff recommendations to continue this conversation, to have a check-in on how any changes that we make tonight, how are they really impacting things in the community? Are they having the intended impact that we hope they would have? And if not, what can we do to tweak that? I also want us to continue the conversation we were having before the Arch letter on more comprehensive tenant protections. You may remember that last year I proposed a legislative request memo, and staff came back last August with a list, and I know that we've had some of this in our packet around additional tenant protections, and we were waiting until the till this legislative session was over this year, and that was great timing with the Arch letter for us to examine these, but it's not comprehensive. There are additional things that we've been asked to look at. So I would hope that we would have a really thoughtful and comprehensive discussion about this. I'd like us to think beyond just Kirkland. Many cities are talking about and implementing these types of protections. And one of the things we hear from both tenants and housing providers is that it's confusing to have kind of a patchwork protections where jurisdiction by jurisdiction, there's a lack of consistency. So I would love for us to explore convening some sort of regional discussion group with East Side leaders, staff, and stakeholders to really look at how we can do more and how we can track how we're doing on this. I fully support this this ordinance, and I hope that you will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Falcone. And I don't want to repeat everything you said, but I do want to repeat the part where you are thanking all of the participants, Deputy City Manager, everyone in the City Manager's office, all the key stakeholders, providers of housing in Kirkland, representatives of housing providers throughout the region, tenant advocates, whose only interest in this is to try to provide security for a group of people that they help represent and advocate on behalf of. And I just want to express the respect I have for any tenant like the tenants who were here earlier today, who took the time to come and talk to us about this issue. They have no business interest. It is really difficult for a lot of everyday residents of Kirkland who are renters and work and maybe are in school to come to follow what we're doing and then to come to our meetings and speak. A ton of respect, but really a ton of respect for everyone. We've got a ton of great ideas across the board, and Deputy City Manager, in a couple of your presentations already today, you've talked about shared interests, shared goals. It's clear in everything that we've seen that there's a lot of shared interests, a lot of shared goals. There's no doubt about that. Everyone has come to this with a great deal of sincerity, regardless of which interests you're focused on. And I just really appreciate that. And I can't emphasize it enough. One of the things I want to focus on is, want us to focus on is this, and this kind of goes to what I just said. This isn't about people. No one should feel scapegoated in the discussion we're having. We're focused on a circumstance, a situation, or a system. Everyone, I honestly believe that despite the fact that we'll hear some stories about bad actors who are tenants, or we'll hear stories, and we have, stories about bad actors who are landlords, and we have, despite the fact that we will hear those stories, really the vast majority of residents of Kirkland and housing providers in Kirkland are acting in good faith, trying to do the right thing. And so I don't want to focus too much on the bad actors. I don't want to focus too much on any people. I want to focus on the circumstance and the situation, and really analyze carefully whether this system we have is working for everyone, at least right now. So I think one thing that we can all agree on is that, and we've heard this from everyone, is that supply is at the heart of this problem, right? And one of the things I really want to emphasize is just the number of initiatives that the City of Kirkland is actively engaged in right now, and has been actively engaged in for years, but has really devoted a lot of attention since I've been on the council, which is now something like 3.5 years, I think, and I can't believe that. But maybe it's 2.5 years, 3.5 years. But in that time, just the rededication of this council and this city to solving the problem of housing, attainable housing, along with homelessness, along with sustainable neighborhoods, along with protecting farms and fields, all together, the mosaic of initiatives that we are undertaking to solve this problem. So I want everybody who's provided comments of the kind that say, hey, there's this, but what about all these other things? It's like, look at all the other things we're doing. It's kind of like Kirkland, sometimes in this conversation over the last couple of weeks, we've been kind of like accused of showing up at a work party where we're painting a rainbow. And we've kind of been accused of like showing up with a can of orange paint and wondering, that's not what we're doing. The City of Kirkland has not shown up to a work party to paint a rainbow with a can of orange paint. We've showed up with cans of paint to color all the colors of the rainbow. And I really want to emphasize that whatever we do today, it's just one color in the rainbow. And that's super important point of emphasis. Well, one of the analogies we heard today was about a Band-Aid, and I don't know who was bleeding in that exact. One of the folks who spoke to us today, I don't know exactly who was bleeding, but someone was bleeding. And one of the things we know is that when someone's bleeding, yeah, we put a Band-Aid on the wound, but we don't stop treating the other ills that they have, whatever they might be. We do in Kirkland. We put a Band-Aid on the bleeding, and then we also do our utmost to address whatever is causing the greater health problem. And I think that's an important point of emphasis tonight, too. One of the things, I mentioned that this is a supply problem, and it's really kind of interesting because some of the arguments that we hear, that we've heard from commentators for why the City of Kirkland should not adopt Arch's proposals in some ways really demonstrate the problem with the market and the way it's working. A couple of the key arguments that we've received from some of the commentators have really emphasized the fact that this is a system with inelastic demand, meaning there is no amount of, within the current range where we are, there's no amount of additional rent or additional burden to be placed on a tenant that they will not find a way to pay, because there are so many renters for each unit available. Again, we are trying really hard to tackle the issue of supply, but in the meantime, we have an inelastic marketplace, and that inelasticity only harms tenants. It does not harm the providers of housing. And so that's where my focus is. If we have a broken market or a market that has issues and like inelasticity, then the arguments in opposition to the proposals today clearly demonstrate that. When an argument ends with, we'll just raise the rent more, that's a sign of inelasticity. When the argument is, well, we'll just won't rent to that class of people, that's a system that's not working for low income and working class people. That's a system that's demonstrating inelasticity. It's a system that's not working. It's a market that's not working properly. So again, not scapegoating any person. Don't want anyone to feel like they're being attacked, but at the same time, I'm going to be focused on the system and the market and how it's working for everyone. And my touchstone is going to be making life better for as many other people as I possibly can. And one of the things that I want to emphasize is the adverse effects that we're talking about today. Sometimes we get a little focused on it being binary. What are the interests of housing providers? What are the interests of tenants? It's actually much broader than that. The problems that we're trying to solve are problems for our entire community, including including tenants who are struggling with the rental market. It has impacts on our schools. It has impacts on teachers and students. It has impacts on our small businesses, who are telling us repeatedly how important it is that we create an environment for working class people so that our small businesses can find the workers that they need, that can work where they live and live where they work. It affects the provision of human services in our city. It affects the provision of medical services in our community. All these things are impacted. And it affects situations, it affects homelessness. So it affects, for any one of our residents who's interested in seeing people safely housed and not in tents in the park, this proposal is part of that overall solution. So that's a touchstone for me as well. I want to close with just saying I really like the idea of further examination and analysis and course correction. And that's one thing we can't forget, that opportunity is there for us. If we are correcting this situation for people who are most harmed by it and we end up having adverse consequences, unintentional, we have an opportunity to correct that. And I really like the idea of something like a regional task force, to the extent that the City of Kirkland, City of Redmond, City of Kenmore, King County, any other jurisdictions that have looked at these type of protections, to the extent there's an interest in bringing those into alignment, to the extent there's any interest in correcting unintended consequences, to the extent that there is any interest in looking at some of the broader range of tenant protections that have been discussed for local jurisdictions, I would really like to see, and I think Councilmember Falcone said this, so I'm kind of just emphasizing what she said. I'd really like to see I'd like to see Kirkland at the center of an initiative to bring those groups together for a regional examination task force. And I don't want this to be additive to the significant burden that we've already placed on Deputy City Manager, who's standing right in front of us. I want to see this as we are already likely to be looking at an evaluation of these tenant protections once they're in place. We're already going to be doing that work. We're already probably going to be looking at proposals for different tenant protections. I'd like to see us do that more collectively. So not additive work, better work, more effective, efficient work. And so with that, I will close, and of course, I will be supporting this ordinance. But I also want to mention, and I think my colleagues know this, that I will be offering an amendment to the notice provision. And does it make sense to do that now, Madam Mayor?
A long
Okay.
time ago, actually.
Yeah, our suggestion, I know that Councilmember Black, your amendment is to the section, so I think this is you have the only amendment that is related to the section. And
Okay, so I circulated an amendment to my council members earlier today the purpose of the amendment is to make more clear that the notice of rent or rent increase should appear. Oh, look at that. Deputy City Manager has it on the screen. Okay.
Do you want
So I will move to amend section 7.75.030, a notice of rent increase, to add a new subsection C. The notice of rent increases in sections A and B above shall include the actual dollar amount of the new rent or rent increase.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to adopt the amendment on the screen, amending 7.75.030. Discussion. You want to speak to it?
I think it's obvious, but the goal of 7.75.030 is to make sure that tenants have actual notice of the amount of the rent increase. The language that we had proposed to us focused on having that statement of the dollar amount in the rental agreement. That's not really a true issue. Rental agreements contain the dollar amount. Otherwise, the rental amount would not be enforceable. So it's really important that if we're going to address the policy, that we make sure the notice of rent actually states the dollar amount.
Okay, the question is on the motion to adopt the amendment to 7.75.030, the Black amendment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries. Further discussion. Councilmember Curtis.
Madam Mayor, I assume that we all have comments. Do you want us to save them to the end?
I'm not exactly sure, so I think it just is up to you.
I'm getting nods from this end of the table.
Yeah, let's just go through it.
Save them?
No,
But my suggestion would be to do the amendments and then
yeah.
do
Let's
the comments.
do the amendments. Okay. So, you want to bring up the next amendment? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So let me back up a little bit here. There is, as part of these tenant protections, some limitations on move-in fees. And Deputy City Manager Lopez has talked about the staff recommendation to address the issue around people with previous bankruptcy and poor credit. And so this amendment deals with the disadvantage of those people. Today, a person may enter a lease that includes additional security deposits that would not be allowed under the limits and deposits and fees. So I would like to move this amendment that inserts the language you see on the screen into 7.75055, which is a new section. It would be page 361, line 194.
Second.
Been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Pascal to adopt the amendment to 7.75.055 from Deputy Mayor Arnold. Discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my main concern about this is the requirement for an attorney. Some of the folks who would be in this situation may not be able to afford an attorney. We've talked about providing some resources through ELAP or otherwise, but those resources would necessarily be limited. So you may get into a situation where somebody would like to do this, but can't afford an attorney and no publicly funded attorney is available. What would happen in that situation? Would it simply be that they could not go forward with that agreement?
That's what the language says, yes. And the issue trying to be addressed is that without any way, and this is similar to what the city of Redmond did, and as we were looking through it, the challenge is without any requirement of any kind of representation, we're concerned this could end up just being a default provision because the landlord would just say, hey, do this, and the tenant, as was previously discussed, with not a lot of options, would say, okay. And so we're trying to find a way to create at least a modicum of equality in that conversation so that you couldn't just have this be a default by a landlord.
How available are pro bono attorneys? Not at all.
One of the things we discussed also was, again, creating like a roster of attorneys or law firms that would be interested in this. And again, maybe using the landlord mitigation fund so that if someone was unable to immediately find someone, we could have a resource page on the city website. And this might be one of the potential uses of the mitigation fund. But it's certainly not a simple issue.
It feels like that's putting the cart before the horse, though, assuming that that's going to happen. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes, just building on what the city manager said, the language that is in the ARCH recommendation today would not allow for any flexibility. And I get the challenges that Councilmember Nixon has brought up. Councilmember Black in his previous questions and comments has talked about, do we have attorneys that could support somebody that needed to do this? There's some questions that we've got to follow up on, but without this amendment, nothing's happening for people that might have a previous bankruptcy or are having a poor credit history. So I want to enable this path that would allow them that kind of flexibility in the future.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Sorry, I think Councilmember Curtis is before me. Did you raise your hand for me?
Okay. Also polite. Okay, so my concern about this amendment is there's nothing in it that says it's specifically for tenants who might not otherwise be able to rent. It doesn't talk about tenants that are close to bankruptcy or so forth. So what I'm worried about is that essentially a landlord could require this waiver for anyone that rents from them. It's essentially a loophole.
This provision is limited to fees and security deposits, but there's no other qualifications other than B1, B2,
Right.
and B3.
Right, so there's nothing in here that would say the landlord could use this every time they want to rent an apartment.
Well, it's kind of a loophole in both directions.
It's designed to help a renter who may not have an opportunity. But it really, the way it's written, covers anyone they want to rent to.
We are so not done. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I don't relish opposing this amendment because I think, one, I like the idea of consistency with our neighboring jurisdictions, and this is in the Redmond ordinance. I think the purpose of this is admirable, and I understand why Redmond included it. I understand why we're discussing it, and I'm glad we're discussing it. But at the same time, I don't see how this actually operates to help the people that we're most concerned about helping, because they are either not going to be given the opportunity to rent, which is the situation that they might be in today if they have poor credit or are close to bankruptcy, or they're going to be offered the opportunity to sign this waiver if they hope to rent. And in all likelihood, in the type of market that we see and what we're probably going to see for the foreseeable future, they are going to be given a very short period of time to consider this waiver and get an attorney to look at it. That attorney may or may not be available on a low bono or pro bono basis, and even if they are, there's a good chance they're not going to be available within the time frame necessary that's going to satisfy either the landlord or the tenant who has a strong interest in getting into the unit. So I feel like at some level it's a little I think it maybe, Madam Mayor, this is maybe what you're hinting at when you were saying it's kind of a loophole both ways. In some ways, I don't think it helps or hurts, but what I really think is it's not going to help the group of people that we're most trying to help with it, and that's why I don't think it makes sense. And I'm worried that there aren't attorneys available for this work in the time frame that's necessary. I'm worried that there is an opportunity for abuse in an inelastic market. I think an economist, I'm not an economist, but I think this is what an economist would call additional rent, which is just an additional burden that in an inelastic market they could include. And whether this tenant has poor credit, low income, or close to bankruptcy, or is just an everyday tenant, this could be a proposal that they are asked to sign. If they don't sign it by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, they're not going to be rented to. Again, no one's a scapegoat here. I'm not saying that we have bad actors who are going to do this, but that, from an abstract standpoint, that is a possibility with this clause, and so I'm going to oppose it.
Madam Mayor? Just as a quick point of clarification, the Redmond version of this is slightly different. It does have an additional provision that requires equitable position of the parties. So in furtherance of Councilmember Curtis's point, it may be targeted at different things. That is a little bit of an ambiguous statement, so we were a little concerned about that. So this is different than that in that sense.
I was just going to say I found that to be too ambiguous and difficult to administer when I saw it.
Councilmember Pascal.
Well, I guess one of the reasons I was interested in this was, stories I've heard from some landlords that own a house or a duplex, and yeah, they might not be renting to some of the tenants we're trying to assist, but we got to remember that these regulations cover all rental agreements across the city for all spectrums of income and all rental properties. And the landlord I was talking to was explaining that he had basically had a tenant that had prior bankruptcy, but now has a really good job, but he needed a little bit more assurance, for move-in fees, security deposits, in order to rent, a $4,000 a month house. And so they were able to work out an agreement, and everything was fine. But under our current regulations, that would not be possible, and he would not be renting to that person. So that's I just also think about that these regulations are covering a lot of people, a lot of renters, and we need to be mindful of that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to amend Section 7.75.055 with Deputy Mayor Arnold's amendment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we have a voice vote on that?
Or a show of hands?
Or show of hands? Motion carries. Opposed?
Nay.
2 nays. Motion carried. Oh, wait a minute. So that was 4-3. All right. The motion carries. The next one, Deputy City Manager. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we've done a tremendous amount of work in Kirkland enabling and encouraging the construction of missing middle housing, which we note in the housing report earlier in this packet. And I'm concerned about creating a disincentive for property owners renting that housing, whether it's an ADU or half of your duplex, a basement apartment, when we are requiring a rental late fee structure that doesn't align with their own mortgage provisions for a late payment. In my conversations with people on all sides of this issue, there have been lots of ideas that have been discussed on how we could structure late fees. The Housing Mitigation Fund that Deputy City Manager Lopez had talked about creating, could late fees go into that fund as something where it's a disincentive for late fees to be a profit center for landlords. There's lots of great ideas on this. But since that fund doesn't exist, we haven't discussed the administrative burden, haven't been able to pursue a lot of those ideas. So I went to a proposal that just made an amendment on fees in general. This raises the late limit fee to 4% and allows those late fees to only be charged on the outstanding balance in case of a partial payment. So I'd like to move Arnold Amendment 2 that changes the language on page 362 to change from 1.5% to 4%, adds item B and C on the screen to talk about late fees only charged for the outstanding balance and that they should cease when a payment plan has been agreed to.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember, or Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Pascal. Discussion. Do you want further discussion, Deputy Mayor?
And I just want to make one slight note on the screen. The item in B is a slight change from the wording that I circulated in an email last night. My email last night said shall only be charged. This is now shall be charged only. This was follow-up from Senior Assistant Attorney Kroll to make that grammar correction.
Discussion. Not Councilmember Nixon.
Just an observation. I think that the words 4% and then 4% in parentheses should have been underlined because they were inserted. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Further discussion. Councilmember Curtis.
Deputy Mayor, I love you. I am not trying to be resistant tonight. Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. It's 4% on the outstanding balance as opposed to 1.5% of the entire month's rent. So it could, if you do the math, let's say the 1.5%, because it's on the full month rent, could be more than the 4% if we're just doing the 4% on, let's say, a half month's rent. So, and math is not my thing, but so I'm not sure what we're gaining here. If the purpose is to create late fees that are an incentive, but let's say I only owe another $500 and it's a 4% on my $500, that's not much money as opposed to 1.5% of my monthly rent. So I'm not sold on this.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you. Again, do not relish opposing this proposal, this amendment either. And again, I think you could draw a curve, right? And depending on how much of the rent you have not paid, this is either going to be a larger late fee or a smaller late fee. So it's not obvious sort of when the situation is going to benefit some of our housing providers or when it's going to benefit some of our tenants. And so at the end of the day, I ended up thinking about this. I had an opportunity to think about this, of course, because a deputy mayor circulated it earlier. And at the end of the day, I just feel like there's what wins out for me is the consistency with our neighboring jurisdictions. So I'm going to be opposing this, but without relishing that.
Councilmember Pascal.
All right, I'll kind of explain why I seconded this. And yeah, I think doing the math in my mind it's more about encouraging landlords and tenants to work together on payment plans, because what we have heard from many is that once you get behind, it's very rare that that debt will get paid. And so you really want to prevent that from happening in the first place. And so this incentivizes working on a payment, paying what you can, and reducing that fee. So it's not a, so that's how I think about it, just to explain the rationale.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Just to respond to some of the things that I've heard, one of the things as we've considered these policies, things get very complicated very fast. And I appreciate all the thinking that my colleagues have done here. Part of what I am trying to optimize for is in the case where no rent is paid, the 4% late fee matches what an individual homeowner has got to pay on their mortgage. And then secondly, there is, through the other two provisions, an incentive for a partial payment, which keeps people paying the rent and it allows to catch up. And as Councilmember Pascal has said, the incentive for the payment plan. So that's where I think this is really important compared to a flat 1.5% fee that provides for more risk for the individual homeowner. Maybe the situation is different for a bigger business or a corporation, but my biggest concern here is the individual homeowner.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to.
Councilmember Falcone.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Manager. I support the ARCH recommended cap of 1.5%. That said, Deputy Mayor, I understand the logic of the 4%, more closely matching the late fees that someone may need to pay on their mortgage if they're, for example, like you mentioned, renting out their basement. So I do support the 1.5%. However, in considering this proposed amendment, my understanding is that the substance here of this amendment was based on a proposal by a housing provider. And one piece that we each received, and one piece of the proposed language that I don't see here in this amendment is that if the late rent was repaid within 90 days, that the late fees were waived. And this is important because if we're going to raise the proposed cap, which again, I don't support, but if that's the direction that we're going on late fees from 1.5% to 4%, we want to be sure that we're doing this while keeping our focus on why late fees exist. And that's to encourage folks to pay rent on time when they can, not to penalize renters who are doing everything that they can to pay rent on time and to pay back late rent in a reasonable time frame if needed. So I'd like to move that we amend the proposed amendment with a Part D that reads, if paid back within 90 days of rent due date, late fees are waived.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Black, to adjust it to include the language of a payback at 90 days, as she described. Discussion. You want to speak further to that, Amy?
No, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, though.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Well, I would make the observation that late fees are not solely to provide an incentive for the renter to pay rent on time. They are also compensation to the housing provider for the expenses involved in dealing with late payments, payment plans, agreements, all the things that this is talking about. There's real costs involved in that. And if those costs are not paid by the people who are late in paying their rent, then those costs are still going to exist. They're just going to be resulting in everybody's rent being increased to cover those. And so I don't support this amendment.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate the problem that Councilmember Falcone is trying to solve to help tenants that once they're have gone through an issue with paying rent late to be able to recover from that and make everybody whole. My original concern with this amendment is for individual homeowners trying to do missing middle housing. And what this amendment does is adds a requirement on top of everything else that we're doing to say you make a 90-day, you have to provide for a 90-day loan to your tenant at some point during that tenancy. And so I think it goes back to the original concern that I have as a disincentive and cannot support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
I'm hoping it's okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm hoping it's okay if I ask Councilmember Falcone a question about her amendment. Councilmember Falcone, I want to be clear about your amendment because you read it off, right? So we don't have it in front of us. The late fees would be waived if the past due amounts were paid within 90 days. Was that your proposal?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, then the question is on the amendment to the amendment. Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black, to add the language that if the late fees are paid within 90 days, they would be,
If the full amount of
if the
rent
full
that's past
amount
due.
is paid within 90 days, then the late fee is waived. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Hey.
No. The motion fails. Okay, so we have two amendments down.
Or back to the proposed amendment.
Oh, we haven't voted on that one yet.
So
Okay,
it's
sorry. So we are back to Deputy Mayor Arnold's second amendment, moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Pascal, to accept 7.750.050 on the screen. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, where are we now? 4-3 which way? What?
Fail.
Fail, thank you. All right. So, all right, have we got any more amendments?
Don't think so.
Okay. You
Madam
guys
Mayor?
have any more amendments? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
I would like to move striking section 7.75.050 on late fees from the ordinance.
Second.
I'm very confused. What did you just do?
As
thought
a
we just
point of
passed this.
explanation, so my amendment was amending 7.75.050 on late fees. Now I'm making a second amendment just to strike this entire section regulating late fees.
Does that then eliminate the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, that's already been disposed of, so. Right.
Fine. Tell me what I'm supposed to say now.
Okay.
Okay, let's
I could
vote on
speak,
the,
if I could speak to the amendment.
Certainly.
We've talked a lot about the complexity here, and I think there's going to be several things that we come back to, and I think with some more work, we may be able to come up with something on late fees, and I would prefer to just punt on this issue for future work.
so do we vote on striking the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, then I believe it was moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Nixon. All those in favor of striking the amendment, please.
Point of
more
order.
discussion?
If the amendment is to strike this section from the draft ordinance, we're not striking the amendment. The amendment is an amendment to strike the entire section from the ordinance.
Okay,
And I appreciate staff's quick work to do this as we're
Oh, you already
doing this
did
on the
it.
fly.
okay,
It's up on the screen, Madam Mayor.
nice. Okay,
It's our new system.
all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. 4-3 again? Carries or fails? Carries. Okay. All right, are we back to the original motion?
I think we've moved through all the amendments unless, Madam Mayor, another council member has an amendment.
So we are back to the original motion to adopt ordinance 4810 as amended. Moved by Councilmember Falcones, seconded by Councilmember Black. Further discussion. Councilmember Nixon.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the amendments that have been done. I think they make the proposed ordinance less bad, but not good enough. I've spoken several times before on how these expanded regulations will cause the loss of existing rental housing units. As we've read in comments we received from housing providers, over 10,000 homes that had been previously offered for rent in Seattle have been lost from the rental market, many because of the onerous regulations that Seattle put in place. The expanded regulations would reduce the ability of housing providers to get financing, reduce the number of additional units that would be constructed, and cause housing providers to choose to develop in other jurisdictions that are more friendly to business. The argument that multifamily construction has continued in Seattle under their regulations doesn't hold water for me because the growth in Seattle is in luxury market rate units, not affordable units. My position on this proposal has not changed from our previous discussions, and I will vote no. But a couple of additional comments. When I listened to my colleagues' comments about there being a market failure in rental housing, to me that raises the specter of a government takeover of the housing industry or total government regulation of housing as though it was a public utility. And I'm, well, kind of revolted by that idea. Of course, my colleague might say that's a straw man, but that's the way it comes across to me. And it doesn't matter if we get there all at once or just in baby steps, but this would be baby steps in that direction. Instead, we should continue to focus on reducing regulations to encourage the development of more affordable housing rather than increasing regulation that will result in the loss of current and future rental housing. Our problem in providing housing for our people is excessive regulation, not anything else. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And at first, I just want to say that how much I respect my colleagues, because when we go into these challenging, difficult, complex subjects, there's a lot of mutual respect at the table, and I value that greatly. And it's obvious from anyone that listens to this that this is not an easy decision to make. And you know, the community has already been thanked, both the renters, the advocates, and the providers. We are grateful, and we do care deeply about everyone in our community. So this has been challenging, and it's been weighing on all of us for the past week. So what I come to is my number one priority is to keep people housed. And this is not just for the benefit of the renter, this is for the stability in our community. Councilmember Black already said, but when people are forced to evict, then their children are forced to leave their schools, the families are forced to leave their communities, their parents, or their same parents, their safety net, and they're unable to plan their lives. And Councilmember Black also said that small businesses need to retain their employees. If their employees are forced to leave this market because they can't rent here, that hurts everyone. My second priority is regional consistency. I've said many times that I don't feel like tenants should have different protections when they live in Kirkland as they do in Kenmore or Bellevue or Redmond. And it's like 10 o'clock and we haven't had a break. Sorry, everyone, just sharing. But these have been passed by other regional partners, and I think it's the right direction to go. My third priority is to track housing data. We're hearing a lot of stories, but what we're not getting is actual data. You know, what is the impact of these tenant protections? What is going to keep people from self-evicting? What is the impact on the landlords? And is there going to be an impact on the rental pool? I agree with what's been said already tonight, that Kirkland needs to lead bringing people to the table, that we have a regional conversation with tenants, renters, advocates, and cities, so we can look at ongoing solutions, because there is a housing crisis in this region. I want to collect the data. Councilmember Nixon just recently mentioned the Seattle data. We need to know the data behind the data. What we don't know is, yes, we've lost units in Seattle. How many units have been built? Of the single-family homes that are no longer in the rental pool, have they been sold to first-time buyers so that buyers can start beginning creating generational wealth by owning their first home? We just don't know what these numbers mean. And lastly, Councilmember Black has talked about this, but this council's been very clear since I've been on the council that keeping people housed and increasing our affordable housing in Kirkland are policy priorities. We've put millions of dollars into rental relief. We've worked to eliminate exclusionary zoning policies and add housing flexibility with our missing middle housing code. We're one of the few cities that has passed missing middle housing code. We require a percentage of affordable housing in our zoning. We recently negotiated a $12.5 million affordable housing payment in our developer agreement with Google. We allow providers to use the multifamily tax exemption, and we bought Houghton Village so that we could build affordable housing. We are doing everything we can to provide affordable housing, and we will continue to do so. And one of my, as chair of the legislative work group, we will continue to advocate for legislative changes that will also help us increase production in the region for affordable housing. So it's clear that we are working on all fronts to solve this. The ARCH recommendations are a step to keep people housed. By my votes tonight, what I was working toward was being consistent with our regional partners and to be as straightforward as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I echo what Councilmember Curtis said, that I really respect each of our perspectives. I know that we're all coming from a good place of wanting to help as many folks in our community as we can to keep a roof over their head. So thank you for that. We've had a lot of amendments tonight, and so I just want to clarify for all of us and for anyone who may be watching, my understanding is that what we're going to be voting on is an amended ordinance that contains 2 of the 3 proposed ARCH resolution, proposed protections, the notice of rent increase and the limits on move-in fees, but will not include limits on late fees. Can we just confirm my understanding of that?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
You next. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, you know, we all kind of have to say our public official comments, because this is a really important topic, as I think we've all said. And so just recap, grateful for everyone. Housing is just such a difficult topic, complex subject, and I've really struggled with this, with my decision tonight. I know that we've heard from tenants that are seeking relief from the ever-increasing rents. We've heard from many landlords that have described how these regulations could hurt future supply and actually raise rents over the long term. I've heard from advocates who have really tried to improve the system, work with tenants, and work with almost vulnerable residents. And from all this input, I see us policymakers, not just here in Kirkland, but starting across the east side, feeling compelled to do something that is compassionate and caring. However, I still have concerns with what we're voting on tonight. I certainly agree that these regulations will help some renters to find some short-term solutions when rent is raised, but I really fear of the long-term consequences that are going to impact many more people, not just today, but into the future. I'm also concerned that we're voting on policy without good data, like many of us have heard. We've heard very clearly that we have opposite conclusions from both sides, but they both can't be right. So impartial data is really important in policy making. It's also really hard to not think about how decisions today might have real impacts on the next generation of people who are looking for housing in Kirkland. I've heard from large landlords, small landlords, nonprofit landlords, landlords that have no stake in Kirkland. And I get the same message that these added regulations will increase rents over time, remove rentals from the system, and constrain future supply. The other issue that troubles me, that some of you have mentioned, is that each city is beginning to craft its own regulations around housing policy and rentals. This really complicates the situation, making it more confusing in managing to different rules for not just tenants, for both tenants and landlords. And then finally, while these regulations might not have as large an impact on big corporate landlords, those that build and operate large apartment complexes, or maybe not be as impactful to some low-income landlords who can absorb these risks, it will impact those first and second generation Americans who are trying to build wealth and pay for retirement by renting out their basement apartment, by renting out their ADU over their garage, by renting out their other unit in their duplex, or by renting out their single-family home that they've lived in all their life, but they've moved out to downsize into an apartment. They simply will either not rent their units and they will sell their units. And so I'm concerned that the regulations will promote more corporate landlords and will require more government-managed rental units in the future at the expense of a range of housing options. So, I would like to see us continue to focus on solutions that target financial resources for those that are most in need, to get them past a tough time. I'd like to see us more resources in that tenant and landlord legal disputes to keep people housed, and then obviously continue to encourage building affordable units. That's where I feel we can be most effective. And while Councilmember Black, you gave some compelling testimony today, made me really think hard, and I appreciate the Deputy Mayor's amendments. I'm going to be unable to support this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've received a tremendous amount of input from housing providers, from residents, from advocates, and I really appreciate everyone sharing their stories, the many conversations I've had with you, and for all your work in helping us understand the challenges you're facing and the complexity of this issue. We're hearing clearly that rents are increasing dramatically given the ongoing housing supply crisis, challenges with inflation and economic uncertainty, and adjustments after previous COVID restrictions. As a result, this is causing heartbreaking stories of stress and hardship. Some tenants will have to move. My support for these ARCH recommendations we are passing tonight will help the transition by providing notice so that residents can plan ahead and adjust their budget, change their living, housing arrangements, or seek alternative locations. And when they do, enabling the flexibility for the thousands of dollars of upfront costs that are part of renting at a new location. The actions we take tonight on the ARCH recommendations are one part of the work that we're doing on affordable housing crisis that we're facing. I support the staff recommendations on follow-up actions that I hope we will take. And given the limits of the Open Public Meeting Act, I really appreciate the first opportunity we've had for all 7 of us to have this conversation in detail about this on this topic, and I will appreciate our further conversations on this and continued work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone, is your hand up again?
It is. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a very brief thing to add that I forgot to mention earlier. Deputy Mayor, if I may, can you clarify when your intent behind striking the limits on late fees? Is your intent for us to bring that up for discussion again later, perhaps considering some of the nuances to have it better fleshed out, or is your intent to not revisit that?
I think we're going to have further conversations on this. You have talked about a 6-month check-in on this. We will be seeing what other of our colleagues around the region are doing. I think there will be an opportunity to talk about this, but I was not specific on timeframe.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Black.
One last comment. I don't think I've I've only spoken once on the actual overarching ordinance. So I appreciate your indulging me. Just one quick comment. I appreciate the comments and feedback we've gotten, that there's a serious concern, I think a sincere concern, that further modifications of the Residential Landlord Tenant Act or tenant protections at the local level are going to reduce the housing supply. And I want people listening to at least understand my perspective on that. There was a time in the state of Washington where we did not have the Residential Landlord Tenant Act. And when the Residential Landlord Tenant Act was adopted by the state legislature, I wasn't there, but I guarantee we heard that it was going to have an impact on the number of rental units and rental supply, and that those type of that regulating the landlord-tenant relationship was going to have an impact on supply, and we haven't seen it. And the reason we haven't seen it is because ultimately, at the end of the day, the market is not driven by regulation; it's driven by supply and demand and the need for people to have housing. And again, I just want to make that point. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I guess I will echo all of the thanking that everybody has been doing, not just the staff, but I mean, we have received more feedback on this issue in a short period of time than I can remember any issue, even this year. But for the past 2.5 years, in response to the pandemic and to the economic uncertainty and implications, we have had to make a number of decisions to protect tenants from becoming unhoused. And I think we've done that legitimately. And this is not just Kirkland, this is government has done this. Because I truly believe that in a way what we've done is we've picked winners. What we've done is we have chosen to come down on landlords to protect tenants. And I get that. But I also believe that we have overreached. This recommendation from Arch continues that practice, or a recommendation for that practice, and seems to assume a malignant relationship between landlords and tenants, which I believe is absolutely, may exist in tiny little numbers, but the fact of the matter is that the landlords and the tenants that we have been dealing with, I believe, are all operating with honorable intent. In our process of reaching out to stakeholders, we received a whole lot of response, more response than I can remember on any issue like this, from both sides of the issue. We also received a willingness from the landlord group to work with the tenants, not so much a willingness for the tenants to work with the landlords. So I have this sense that we really didn't do our regular great job of pulling it all together and coming up with the miracle drug. I will not be voting in support of this ordinance tonight because I frankly don't believe we've done our work. There is a critical housing shortage, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. As more expensive housing comes on board, that's not going to meet the need that we're talking about when we're talking about people who are at risk of becoming unhoused. That's all the new tech workers that are coming in. That's folks who can afford the new rents. I mean, if you look at the average rent for the average new building that has been built in Kirkland in the last 5 years, they are not approachable rents. So my concern, and I happen to disagree with my dear colleague, Councilmember Black, I believe that we are chasing landlords out of leasing, lowering supply, and raising prices. I know he just as fervently believes the opposite. And we will disagree. But I think this is an amazing discussion tonight. I think everybody's heart's right there. We are not fixing it. I think we need to be at the forefront of trying to pull people together, because this isn't about the landlords versus the tenants. This is about the fact that we don't have affordable housing available to the people who need it. With that, I believe we should take a vote. Did we vote? Okay, the question is on the motion moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black, to adopt amended ordinance 4809?
4810.
4810. All those in favor? Oh, ordinance. Go ahead, Kathy.
Councilmember Nixon,
No.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
No.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
No. Motion carries 4-3. With that, I think we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. We are in our business agenda at item B, Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Pros Plan, the final draft. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are looking for final comments on this draft plan, and then others will take it to the printer and bring it back to you for final adoption in the future. So here to tell you what's different from the last time you saw it is our Parks Planning and Development Manager, Mary Gardocki.
Welcome, Mary.
Oh, thank you, Kurt. Yeah, let me share my screen. Okay. I hope everyone can see that.
We can.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Manager, and City Council for being here tonight. We're really excited to bring forward the final draft of the Park, Recreation, Open Space, also known as the PROS plan to you. We received some tremendous feedback from you on June 7th and some additional feedback via email, and we believe we've incorporated all the recommendations that you had provided. So this presentation is about 8 slides, and the first few is a recap of where, basically, again, just reminding everyone what the PROS plan is, the differences between 2015 and 2022, and then move right into recommendations and next steps. Again, the PROS plan and its purpose is a 6-year comprehensive plan for our department. And again, this is adds to compliancy with the state of Washington and the Recreation Conservation Office guidelines. And the reason that's important, does allow us for grant eligibility in the future for several grants through their office. It's also part of the city's comprehensive plan. And it provides a framework and foundation for future planning efforts and acts as a roadmap. So that is usually the typical base in a PROS plan. We went a little bit beyond that in this particular plan, and we included a ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, an athletic field strategic plan, as well as a comprehensive operational analysis. I think it's really important when we look at this document to realize the changes from 2015 to 2022. Kirkland is definitely a changed community. And I shared this list previously at our June 7th meeting, but I think it's important to make note of some of the major themes that recognize why we are such a changed community. Clearly, the population growth that we are experiencing and the resulting urban character that is formulating. And also the demographics and culture, economy, funding opportunities, finite natural resources, emerging recreation trends, as well as park design trends, level of service metrics. And I think we learned a lot from COVID and the importance of being adaptable. And from that, the importance of parks to the city of Kirkland was made very clear. So in the 2022 recommendations, there was a shift in approach from the 2015 plan, and that is primarily listed in these bullets here. And we're going to develop new and innovative ways to address this growing population, this urban character, make better use of our existing assets, maintain and sustain the current park systems. We've had a lot of success in the past, but we'd like to build on this success through an operational analysis, which is included in this plan. All of this builds to a stronger foundation for which we need to grow and keep pace with the population growth, and also offer opportunities for improvements to meet the needs of this rapidly growing and changing community. I think most simply, the document represents these 3 themes. We are looking to maintain, sustain, and enhance what we have. So from the feedback that we received on June 7th in the study session, we identified several themes that came out. There were several comments and several recommendations that we implemented, but when we look through all those, these were the themes that came forward. We focused on the executive summary and rewriting that to incorporate a long-term vision addressing our greatest needs. We restructured the language related to Peter Kirk Park, Lee Johnson Field, and Taylor Fields, the athletic field strategy and conversion, safety and security, policies related to parking and no net loss of parkland. Generally about objectives and partnerships related to Big Fin Hill Park, Bridle Trail State Park, as well as school properties. Preservation of open space and tree canopy, level of service, impact fees, guidelines and standards. And as we're beginning to discuss this, ballot measure funding mechanisms were also included. And in general, amenities and related sports data, such as waterfront activities, cricket and pickleball, overall accessibility and inclusiveness in our park system, to look at the cross-Kirkland corridor in more system-wide and how we can incorporate that more into our park system. And then, of course, aquatic and recreation facilities. Those changes will be primarily identified in the following sections. The executive summary, which was extensively rewritten. Section 1, goals and objectives and action plan. Section 2, the planning context and planning efforts. Section 5, level of service standards and guidelines. Section 8, capital improvement plan and priorities. Again, but specifically adding ballot measure funding mechanisms. And appendices, specifically in Appendix I, discussing financing options. So this slide is the conclusion slide. We would like to seek your feedback on this final draft plan before you tonight, and to seek your approval to move forward with professional design and formatting. However, if there should be substantial edits, we certainly could provide another draft and bring that back forward for your review in September. But if you are satisfied with the current edited version, plus maybe some minor amendments, the plan will move forward to professional design and formatting and return to council for approval on a future consent agenda. So that concludes my presentation, and I look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Mary. Council, we'll start with Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Mary and Lynn. I was going to tease everybody and say I had like 4 pages of notes, but I don't. You did a great job, both of you, and I'm so grateful that you accepted my extensive input. The executive summary is really well done. It tells our park story well, so thank you. I think this is great, and it's ready to go. Just so council members know, I have sent an email, nothing on policy. It's simple things like, well, let's say DEIB rather than DEI. Let's replace the word citizen, so it's nothing I think anyone would object with. I just have one thing to add. On page 386, 1.5A, Heritage Park is a large underactivated park, and I'd like to add it to the list on the bottom of additional parks to look at for potential amenities. You've got I don't have it in front of me, but North Rose Hill and other parks are at the bottom of that. Let's add Heritage Park to that. And then I also sent you an email to see if we could do a calculation on what is the potential along the CKC for linear parks. I think it would be really valuable if we can pull that square footage together just to see what the opportunities are. And then I also just wanted to thank you, which I did in an email, of expanding the unfunded CPI list that reflects this unfunded CPI list that we saw in July that included all of the elements that could fall into a potential ballot measure. So this is your baby. You have been working so hard on this, and you've done such a great job. And I want to compliment you again on the amazing public input you got. I mean, over 4,000 responses is huge. So thank you for doing such a great job on this. It's awesome. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well done. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when I first read it, I thought you captured all the comments really well and really supportive of what's before us. But then, I always kind of think about current events or questions I'm getting from, the community. And one that kind of came up this week that made me kind of reference back to the PROS plan was like, hey, do we have a policy or objective on really trying to, over time, reduce the beach closures that we often face, not just at Juanita Beach Park, but other of our waterfront parks at times? And do we have an objective to look at that at some point? And I know we do it ad hoc, but it'd be nice to be able to say, hey, the PROS plan actually says that. That's something that we want to be doing over time. And there's lots of different ideas and ways. I don't think we need to get into the specifics. So I just sent around some language to the rest of the council on adding a new objective, 1.8F, on page 388 that reads, identify actions that will help reduce beach closures due to bacteria and poor water quality. Actions to be evaluated should include policy and operational changes, regulatory measures, and potential capital projects. The time frame to complete this would be 4 to 6 years. So putting it in that kind of longer term timeline. And I don't know, do I need to make an amendment or just, since we're not voting on this tonight, how should I proceed on
My recommendation, since it's a full objective add, which the staff did help with, to make a motion to just approve adding that as an objective.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to add a new objective, 1.8.F.
Moved by Councilmember Pascal.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Good, that's where I wrote your name. Any further discussion? Councilmember Curtis?
I agree with the goal, but is it something that parks would have an impact on, or is it more of a stormwater issue? It's a big lake.
Right.
There's not much we can control, so I'm hesitant to put the onus on the Parks Department when I'm not sure what kind of impact they can have on this. So could I get some feedback on that?
Yeah, so part of the reason, it's a great question, and we thought about that as well. So part of the reason the language we wrote says looking at policy and regulatory measures, those aren't parks things. So we would look to things like the stormwater master plan update and potential sustainability master plan updates for those sorts of things. But yeah, it is a really comprehensive challenge, but we'll probably have to chip away at in multiple plans. But kind of calling it out here, we thought was a good way to start.
Would you then just cross-reference? Okay.
Right.
That would make sense.
I'm just looking at to see if we need to edit it, or you've already thought that through, so. Well, may I?
Yeah.
I would like to propose an edit to the amendment, and it would read, identify citywide actions that will help reduce beach closures.
Second.
I'm sorry.
That was Amy.
Okay. So we moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to amend a motion. No, it's a motion. To edit the language to include citywide, right? Discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Question is on the original motion as amended to, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
At 1.8.F.
Add 1.81F. Moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Any further?
Councilmember Falcone.
Oops, sorry. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Well, just again, thank you, Mary and Lynn and team. This is a huge lift, and I know we thanked you a lot when we first saw the draft. But thank you for all the hard work that you've put into making the edits. I know that this has been a lot of work, and it shows, and it's a really, really good plan. So thank you. I do have just a few comments. I don't think any of them are really substantive. They're meaningful but minor. And I've categorized them in just a few categories. One related to Juanita Beach Park, and then around language use, and then around accessibility and inclusivity. And then I just have a couple of small miscellaneous things. So related to Juanita Beach Park, I noticed in 1.4D that we talk about converting the Juanita Beach pop-up dog park to be permanent. Fully support that. And also see that in 1.5A in the list of various possible upgrades and additions that we list Juanita Beach Park as well. So I just wanted to confirm that we'd look at this holistically, these two things, because I want to make sure that we don't inadvertently limit what we can do with some of them by having already done one of them, right? So is that the plan with those two that we'll kind of look at holistically when we're doing one, that will anticipate what we may do with the others as well?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Okay, the second, thank you, Councilmember Curtis. You covered part of what I wanted to mention around language usage with DEIB and citizens, so I appreciate that. Also notice that in some places we talk about ethnic groups, and other places we talk about cultural groups, and I'm also not clear if we also intend to include racial diversity as well in some of these places. For example, in 4.3D, we call Asian and Hispanic specifically, and other underrepresented communities. I prefer the language of historically excluded populations, perhaps such as Asian Hispanics, and I'm not sure if we intend to include other groups there as well. And I think of 5.1B and 5.1E and other places. So I think it would be fruitful to have our DEIB manager just take a read through for language to look at some of the things that Councilmember Curtis mentioned, in addition to looking at ethnicity, cultural groups, and racial diversity as well. And then the third item I have is around accessibility and inclusivity. Thank you so much for adding the language in 5.4A and 5.4B. I know this is based on some of the feedback that I gave last time we talked about this. For 5.4A, my concern is that it's a little bit vague and it doesn't have a deadline as it's ongoing, and I want to make sure that this is something that we're doing. So we need some specificity here, such as, creating a plan to make programs and services more accessible to community members with disabilities. So I'd like us to just add a sentence in there under 5.4A that would develop a plan to make programs and services accessible to and inclusive of community members with disabilities, and have a time frame attached to that as well, rather than it be ongoing. I think that keeps us honest and makes sure that we actually will make meaningful change in something that, as far as my feedback on the PROS plan, that was to me my highest priority and most important thing. So I want to make sure that that really gets done. And it's not something that's just an ongoing thing that we think that we're doing without an actual plan. And then in 5.4B as well, I'm not really clear on the differences in our intent between 5.4A and 5.4B. I know under 5.4B, we talk about adaptive programming. I just want to make sure that that would be inclusive and we don't create like a segregation based on disability status. So I think that let's just, as we work on a plan for 5.4A, that we really think about that in 5.4B as well, that we're not just creating a separate set of classes and a separate set of programs for individuals with disabilities, but that we really work, we've seen more and more that it's really important to include folks with disabilities in the programming that we have, rather than having separate adaptive programming. So let's just think through that as we do that as well. Also related to inclusivity and accessibility, well, first I want to say I was really happy for seeing water safety included. I forgot to mention that, and dog parks moved up. We know that that was something that was really important to our community, so I'm happy to see that time frame moved up. I was glad to see all the improvements to different parks and things bumped up to 0 to 3 years to be nearer term, but that doesn't really help those who can't enjoy the parks that we already have, right? And some of the things that were bumped out to, 4 to 6 years and 7 to 10 years, I'd like to see us move up a little bit. For example, fencing in playgrounds to keep young children safe, and particularly neurodiverse children who tend to elope, and restrooms. Restrooms were the top priority, and some of our restroom items that were higher priority, at least that was my take on the initial draft, got pushed back a little bit. And, I spoke about this last year as someone who lives with a disability that requires immediate bathroom usage. Having a restroom is really an accessibility issue and really and an inclusivity issue. And it really, for people with similar disabilities, they're not able to use our parks if there's not restrooms. So I really would hope that we would focus on and prioritize making sure that we're inclusive so that folks can use the facilities that we already have. And then just a couple of other little miscellaneous things under 4.3 E and F, we talk about communications and we talk about social media and email. One thing I didn't see listed on there was texting. And that's something that I know that I certainly use before email, and that's more accessible to me. So, and we don't know what kind of technology is going to happen in the future, right? This is a long-term plan. So I'd love to see us add language to add specifically texting, but also kind of, catch all of, and other methods of communication. I think that would be good to clarify. And then finally, under 5.3B, we talk about scholarships. And as John mentioned earlier, related to utilities, something similar for utilities, there's some sensitivity that we need to have around language to data privacy, around language and also data privacy. He talked about that in our study session earlier. So I assume that the same or similar type of things would apply here to our scholarship program where we're looking at income-based need for scholarships. So I just want to make sure that we're sensitive to that, and perhaps we could add a few words here around that, around data privacy, and around language usage as well on that. But this is, a fantastic plan. I'm really proud of it. So thank you, thank you, thank you again.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion? I think you guys did an amazing job. And it's hard to believe you haven't already done the design and stuff that you're going to move into, because it's already a beautiful document. So with that, I think you have what you need. Then let's move on to the Parks Funding Exploratory Committee formation. City Manager.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So looking for final action on adopting the Parks Funding Exploratory Commission today. Here to give the presentation is our Parks and Community Services Director, Len Zwagstra, and our Management Analyst, Hilary De La Cruz.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. We're here again to chat with you about the potential ballot measure exploratory process and its corresponding community engagement through a Parks Funding Exploratory Committee. And here to talk to you about the implementation of that is Hilary De La Cruz, our Management Analyst.
Good evening, Council. As you know, I'm Hilary De La Cruz, and I'm working on the Parks potential ballot measures. And I thank you for your important feedback that you shared at the July 19th Council meeting about establishing the Parks Funding Exploratory Committee, or PFEC for short. We've incorporated this feedback into an updated PFEC member list and recommended hybrid approach to identifying members that was in your memos, and I will highlight tonight. In the presentation, I'm going to briefly focus on changes made to the materials related to PFEC since the July 19th meeting, and then we'll share Resolution 5551, which Council is asked to vote on tonight, and if approved, we'll establish PFEC. And then one note about the changes that we have made related to language throughout. We are updating all materials to use the language potential parks ballot measures in the plural or plural and singular form together, rather than just park ballot measure, because we want to make sure we're providing flexibility for ballot measure funding mechanisms in the future. And so this was also updated in the resolution. So just brief reminder of PFEC's role is that PFEC has the role to determine the highest priorities for parks and recreation and provide recommendations to the City Council regarding what capital and operating elements and funding mechanisms the ballot measures should include. And as a reminder, right now we're leading up to the selection process for PFEC, and with the adoption of the resolution, we'll move into the open application process, and ultimately PFEC will bring recommendations to Council next spring. So at the July 19th meeting, Council provided significant helpful feedback, which staff synthesized into a desire from Council to have a balance of PFEC membership that includes specific city and other organizations and increased flexibility for groups and individuals to participate. To achieve this balance, staff recommends that a hybrid approach be used for recruiting members. I'm going to explain that approach in the next 2 slides with organizations and group lists. And I will just move right now to the organization specific list. So this first list of PFEC members is that of specific organizations. These are organizations that have specific perspectives and roles in the community that will be beneficial to include in PFEC conversations. These organizations will be asked to identify their own PFEC delegates and will receive the guidance that their PFEC delegate could be a board member, staff person, participant, resident, youth coach, community member, etc., who is a person involved as applicable. This guidance will hopefully help avoid a potential assumption that the organization's representative needs to be a staff or a board member. And then I also just wanted to share, while you're looking at the list of organizations here, which is fairly similar to the list that you saw last time for these specific organizations, a special note about community groups or affiliated member group types. There are 4 that you can see there in the middle of the screen, and these are groups that really provide important and diverse perspectives and voices within networks across Kirkland, especially related to Kirkland's goals around diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And members of these groups continue to provide significant contributions to the city and community work across many departments and topics. Staff is recommending that these 4 groups be invited to participate directly on PFEC, or to identify affiliated community members to participate on PFEC in place of a specific group member. Hopefully that flexibility will allow the city and PFEC process to meet these groups where they are. And the next type of process we have is going to be an open application for the community members in activity or interest and identity groups. This is really the approach that staff recommend in order to achieve more diversity across PFEC. And so this really broadens the application process to include people that identify in one of these groups that you see on the screen. And they're both topic groups, and then there are some identity groups as well. And staff will manage an application process and communicate with the broader Kirkland community, including many organizations who may have interested people that might want to serve, to encourage community members to apply. The application will ask people if they would be able to represent any of the types of activities or interest groups on the slide and in Exhibit A of the resolution. And then the application will also ask applicants some optional demographic questions and be explicit and clear that the reason the demographic questions are being asked is because there's a desire to have Kirkland's diversity reflected in the committee, and that the answers to the demographic questions will help make this possible. These applications will be reviewed by city staff, who will aim to select members in group categories that reflect the city's diversity. And after receiving the Council's feedback at last meeting, we also added 2 statements about diversity and interests of stakeholders to the resolution. Those are on your screen here, and I thought I would just briefly share that because I think it's really important, as we talked about last meeting, to name our diversity, what we mean by diversity. So the first statement was, whereas PFEC should be comprised of members who reflect the diversity of the Kirkland community, including with respect to race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, the presence of any sensory, mental, or physical disability, status as a homeowner or renter, neighborhood, family composition, languages spoken, policy perspective, and age. And then additionally, whereas PFEC should include stakeholders who have an interest in Kirkland's parks and recreation services in an organizational or personal capacity. So these statements will also be included throughout the PFEC recruitment and advertising documents. So the resolution that we've brought you tonight is the kind of three parts are here on the screen, and this would again establish the Parks Funding Exploratory Committee, and it would direct the city manager to establish PFEC with the members in Exhibit A, either as currently is, or if you have any changes, we can update that. And then ask PFEC to share recommendations with the council no later than March 21st, 2023. And it also authorizes the city manager to appoint a limited number of additional members or replacement members if the committee is needed. So thank you again for your important feedback and for your time tonight. I will turn it back over to council in a moment and asking specifically if you have any feedback about the PFEC membership lists and the hybrid approach to membership appointment, the resolution itself, or any additional considerations. And then if the resolution is passed tonight, staff will take next steps, including a press release announcing the creation of PFEC and the member appointment process, opening the PFEC member application and sharing the application broadly during the 3 weeks that it will be open, and contacting specific organizations to initiate their delegate selection. So Madam Mayor, I will turn it back to you, and please let me know if you want me to go back to any other slides that I presented about.
Thanks, Hillary. Okay, folks, discussion. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great job, Hillary. I think you did a really good job on coalescing the input that you received on the PFEC membership. It makes everyone happy. So thank you for doing that. I know it took a little bit of work. My one edit is under attachment B. We should add seniors, so it reads youth and seniors. Seniors just got left off of that attachment, and I want to make sure to call that out. And Madam Mayor, may I make a motion?
Absolutely.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 5551, and I don't have my glasses on, establishing a Parks Funding Exploratory Committee to recommend to the City Council the capital and operating elements and funding structures included in a potential park measures to be placed on the November 2023 ballot.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black. Discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just wanted to say, Hillary, amazing job. Really, really, really well done. I know we all had so much feedback. I know I in particular had a lot of feedback at our last meeting about this, and you did an incredible job of incorporating all of council feedback. I think this is exactly what I was hoping for. This is a really good balanced group of folks. And I think I'll echo, the comments I said last time, that I have full faith and confidence that Councilmember Curtis is going to do a fantastic job. And these edits and this framework, I think, really set her up for success to lead this group. So I'm really excited to see this move along. And thank you so much for all your hard work in incorporating our feedback.
Super. Question is on the motion. Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black, to adopt Resolution 5551, as just read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Great job, Hillary. Lots more to come. Okay, so here we go. We are now all the way to item D, the future of Park Lane. City Manager.
Okay.
And Deputy.
Once again, our Deputy City Manager for External Affairs, Jim Lopez, is here to talk to you about options for Park Lane. Go ahead and turn over to Mr. Lopez.
The month of August waits on the other side of all my presents. So, thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, Council. So it's my pleasure to be here in front of you to talk about the future of Park Lane tonight. The Council did ask us to come back a while ago, and I'll go through that history about Park Lane. And we have a couple of options for you tonight that I'll go through. Next slide. So our recommendation is that the council provide direction for the future of Park Lane, which, as we have articulated, either as two options. One, to keep the street open to parking as it is currently operated without the temporary closures, and we'll talk about evenings on Park Lane in a minute. Or two, commission a consultant to evaluate the street closed seasonally or permanently to vehicle traffic. Next slide. So I'll do a little bit of the background on Park Lane. I'll move through that quickly. We'll then talk about the discussion points, the background between these two options. We'll go over the recommended options, and next steps are really just to evaluate those two options. We'll move into discussion. So the council had given staff direction to implement a 2-year extension on the Evenings on Park Lane program, and that expires in October 2022, which is really why we're here in front of you in August. The active transportation plan also commits to a continued evaluation of the closure of Park Lane, which interestingly has been under consideration since 2008. Now, there has been a lot of uncertainty. We have been creative, 2019, 2020, 2021, but there is some uncertainty that has been stressful to businesses in the community. And the pilot closures, starting with summer Sundays and then moving into evenings on Park Lane, at least from the staff's perspective, have not adequately addressed the mitigations, infrastructure, and costs of operating the street. I think you will hear tonight, and you heard in the presentation, that evenings on Park Lane has been well received, and we agree with that. We think the evenings program has been well received. Next slide. So the brief timeline, going back to 2008, where we had the concept of a flexible street, and that was identified in the 2010 Park Lane Pedestrian Corridor Enhancement Study. We could actually take that name again. Next slide. Another important milestone was in 2015 when Park Lane was renovated to a pedestrian-friendly festival space, a flexible street that could be both used for parking and festival activities. And we did make a significant investment in this street, nearly $3 million. Next slide. In 2019, and I think this was in part as a result of a For the Love of Kirkland project, the idea came forward to have a pilot, Summer Sundays pilot on Park Lane, of which the council authorized in April. Next slide. In 2020, as COVID was upon us, we moved quickly with council authorization. We're very grateful for that, to implement the Evenings on Park Lane program. We closed the street from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. daily. This affected the west part of Park Lane, Lake Street to Main Street. And importantly, part of this program was the inclusion of parklets and sidewalks. Now, the parklets and sidewalks actually do take parking. They took parking on the west side. About half of the parking spaces were devoted to the restaurants that were authorized. And that was in 2020. And I do want you to take a look at that A-frame because you're going to see the evolution of A-frames in the next slide, please. Yes, we've introduced flowers and we're getting better on the A-frames. In 2021, the council gave us the authority to extend Park Lane, which we did. This is the 2-year extension to October 22. Here is where we conducted reasonably significant outreach, and we made that presentation to council in April, council authorizing the extension into May. It is important to note here, though, that we did sunset the parklets part of Evenings on Park Lane. So the parklet, when you go to Evenings on Park Lane now, you will not see parklets at night. You will just see the street, which serves as a pedestrian pathway. So the evenings program allows the restaurants to come out fully into the sidewalks. So it is an impact, it's just not the same. Next slide. So very briefly, we did multiple surveys, and the packet and our website has a lot of this data. The survey, we did a review of Summer Sundays in 2019, In 2020, we did an evaluation, but in 2021 is when we did our big survey. And it was not, as Councilmember Nixon at the time pointed out, and I remember Councilmember Nixon, this was not a representative sample of the entire city. But it was a very significant survey because over 1,200 people responded, which is very high for our polls. And we published it from April 8th to the 23rd. And a very strong majority of people, over 67%, indicated support for closing Park Lane to vehicles day and night, every day from May to October. So I'm sure the council remembers we presented that survey. Next slide. I would like to honor the work of this group, 100 Block Businesses on Park Lane, because they have come forward. This is very recent data. The city did not have a role in the accumulation of this data, but it is presented to the council. And what's interesting about it is you see the general public from the survey back in 2021. Here you see their survey, which had 11 businesses state to just go back to the street, option 1. 20 businesses say continue summer evening closure, 0 businesses noting full-time closure, and 2 with no comment. So I wanted to make sure the kind of polarity is up on the screen for the council to see where the energy is coming from on Park Lane. And it's probably generally correct, give or take some specifics. So next slide. So that brings us to the discussion section. Next slide. And here, not surprisingly from that brief overview, the stakeholder views are that evenings program is viewed by many downtown businesses as a reasonable compromise on closure. I think the staff, council has heard that, staff has certainly heard that as well. Retail businesses on or near Park Lane generally prioritize vehicle access and parking. They want and like their parking. Some restaurant businesses are open to considering long-term street closure to traffic and parking. I'm trying to honor the most recent data here. We've had conversations with restaurants down there that are embracing of it, but I would say the 100 block businesses have made their point. Most restaurants support summertime evenings. You've seen that in the most recent survey. Several restaurants did support the parklets program when it was there, and I would include restaurants like George's in the very immediate proximity that really like their parklet. I think that was generally well received. Restaurants prioritize proximate pickup and delivery stalls. Zeke's, for example, really, the restaurants do prioritize their pickup. And as we noted in the 2021 survey, the public favors closing Park Lane to vehicles. I would say I'm interpreting the 100 block data to not include parklets, for the record. I think they're talking about exactly how Park Lane is being constructed right now with evenings on Park Lane. I don't think they're talking about parklets there. They're just talking about status quo. Next slide. So as we wrote in the memo, the staff considerations are continuing evenings, which is a temporary program where we have help with putting up the A-frames and we're really trying to move through this pandemic period, is really temporary. And we're recommending that if the evenings program without financial investment to study options, costs, infrastructure mitigation would be a challenge. Because it was envisioned as temporary, and it doesn't really maximize the full potential either of the automobile accessible retail street or of a pedestrian-centered space. It is a compromise, and it is a compromise that's looked favorably upon the businesses downtown. Parklets did add significant life to the pedestrian street in 2021. That's our observation, staff's observation. Businesses and residents alike are wary from revisiting the issue. So one of the things we got direction from the council was to come back with some ideas about the future that we could give some durability to our decision, bring some certainty to the future. Next slide. So let's move to the recommended options. Option number 1 is simply to retire evenings on Park Lane when the 2-year extension from the council expires. This would not include alternative closure options, But Park Lane, of course, would continue to accommodate temporary closures for special events. It is used frequently for that. Option 2 that we're presenting is to evaluate the seasonal or full closure of Park Lane, to come back to the council probably in the first quarter of 2023 would be my estimation, and to hire a consultant to fully evaluate the options, which of course could include the Evenings on Park Lane program as it's currently situated. The assessment would include, but is of course not limited to, parking mitigation. I think Councilmembers Nixon, you talked about that a couple of years ago, as did most of the council. Programming, street activation. I know multiple council members had mentioned that, street activation, including in the winter, because if it is going to be closed in the winter months, we would need to know how the street would be activated. Infrastructure recommendations and requirements, and even connectivity. I know Councilmember Curtis has mentioned that, how we would connect to other parts of the waterfront. Public safety, how would the street operate under the confines of public safety requirements? Costs, what would be the cost to activate the street, both capital costs, infrastructure costs, and ongoing costs. Our estimated number there is $50,000. It would involve significant conversations with all the stakeholders as well. But I think the consultant really would be to help us, help guide us through a visioning session, kind of like a mini comp plan for the area.
Jim?
Yes.
So you said that option 2 actually includes a continued evaluation of evenings as well?
It could.
Okay.
It could.
Thank you.
So next slide. So that's really the next steps, is kind of a conversation about bringing certainty to the future, at least an expectation that we would recommend coming back in the first quarter of 2023 with the vision and the data, so that the council would make a decision, which could revisit option 1, because whatever the results are of the consultant report, it's really just basically an educated decision as to whether or not to make the investments to close the street. The scope of the consultant's work, as we envisioned it, would be all the spectrum of street closure, specifically summer closure, 6-month closure, 12-month closure, or, Madam Mayor, we certainly could write into the scope activating the street with closure at 6 o'clock at night, opening at midnight. And that's my brief presentation.
Thank you very much. Council discussion. Councilmember Nixon?
So I'll go first. So thank you, Mayor. In my opinion, we should listen to the businesses on Park Lane, who are the ones who would be most impacted by closing the street, either totally or seasonally. We've received a lot of comments from those business owners, most of them in writing, although we did get a couple during public comment tonight. They've given us many, many reasons why keeping Park Lane open to vehicle traffic not only makes sense, but is essential to the success of their businesses. The city designed Park Lane as a flexible street that could be closed for selected special events. We made a very large investment to have it be designed and built as a flexible facility. It was not designed or intended to be permanently closed to vehicle traffic. And I think we should simply recommit to that flexible street concept. We should respect the original commitment the city made to the businesses on Park Lane when we severely disrupted their businesses for many months for construction. They've built their businesses around the access they and their customers have now. I respect the opinions of people who think they would enjoy having it be a pedestrian-only street. But with all due respect, the people offering those opinions are not at risk of losing their livelihood as a result of the change they're asking for. I agree that everyone needs certainty. The stress over the continual threat of the street being closed needs to end, and the sooner the better. And I would therefore choose option one, declare the issue settled, and not spend $50,000 on yet another study. I would put the $50,000 into tenant assistance instead. If we go with the study, at the very least, it should include the option of continuing closures only in the summer evenings, and assess the cost of that rather than deciding in advance that part-time closures are outside the scope of the study. We should not dismiss evening closures, as the memo appears to, simply because they are deemed too hard to implement. The memo says that it would take a significant financial investment to see if that works. And the study should include figuring out what that significant financial investment would be. Also, if we go ahead with the study, as I've mentioned a couple times before, we should take a look at what it would take to help businesses who could be severely impacted by the street closure and who believe that remaining on Park Lane would no longer be viable for them after the street closure, and see what we can do to help them relocating. And as I mentioned before, if we could relocate them to a better location downtown, that would be wonderful. But we should not expect them to absorb all the damage from the street being closed when they've designed their business around it being open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Jim, this was a really good memo because you did a good job of outlining the issues and the complications, and I think you used a word earlier today about polarity. There are very strong feelings on both sides of this discussion, and I agree with you, and I agree with Councilmember Nixon, and that certainty is what we're looking for. The businesses need certainty, and the community needs certainty. I'm moving forward with option two. I am concerned if we do option one, the community is going to continue to ask us to close Park Lane. I keep getting articles from community members about, look how this is successful in other communities, we need to close Park Lane. So let's do a thorough examination and due diligence on what that would look like and what it would cost. So I'm supporting option two. Here's some items that I would like to inform the study, and some of these you've already said. What are the best practices for a pedestrian corridor that supports businesses? What are success stories in other cities? What is the business impact? What kind of businesses actually thrive on a pedestrian street and which are impacted, which are not successful? Would restaurants want to expand their seating if possible? They may not have a kitchen or a staff that could handle the increased capacity. They may not want the parklets. We have a planning work item that's about curbside management, streeteries, parklets, rideshare management, deliveries, short-term parking. So I'm curious how this study and that work item, whether they will mutually inform each other, what comes first. I think that's something we need to look into. What kind of programming and street activation is necessary for this to be successful? That's seating, landscaping, shelter, what would it cost? Parking mitigation options and strategies, I don't need to outline those. We all know what they are. But around that is, how do we inform people about what parking is available? Some people come to our downtown corridor, they don't know they can park in Voda or Kirkland Urban or the library. What security issues and how can they be mitigated? You mentioned public safety. Retailers talked about potential theft. They also talked about loud busking. They've complained about Frisbee playing in the street. So what kind of actions are we're gonna not allow during this space, if it's open, and then I've spoken, I think this was mentioned, I've spoken about, I like the idea of a pedestrian corridor that connects this space to Kirkland Urban and the waterfront. I don't want to make that part of this study, but it would be nice if there was a future opportunities area that talks about other ways of activation. You know, down the road, look at what's the impact of the Kirkland Scramble and what opportunities are there. What could we do? You know, look at Central Parking Lot, what could happen there? So that's a long list, but I am in support of option 2. Thank you.
I think I got it.
Thank you.
I can email it to you.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you first to Deputy City Manager Lopez. You did, again, a fantastic job. You've done a lot of hard work tonight, well, leading up to tonight as well. And everyone who's contacted us about this and given input. It'll be no surprise that I'll be supporting option 2 tonight. Like Councilmember Curtis, I see this as part of a larger vision of downtown Kirkland. I know that's not specifically part of this study, but I still see that as part of it. So I want us to move forward at some point in the future. I just don't want us to forget about the other things we've discussed. For example, Councilmember Curtis mentioned the Lincoln Central lot there, Lake Washington Boulevard. I know we've had, I've heard discussions of, you know, the shops to shore. I think that's what it's called, maybe Greenway. I think that this could be a part of that. Deputy City Manager Lopez, you also mentioned potential parklets at George's or other places, and Councilmember Curtis kind of alluded to this as well, the work that we're doing kind of citywide. So I want to make sure we're not forgetting. I know this is not, again, the focus of this study, but I just want to take the opportunity to remind us that we should be considering what have we learned during the pandemic, right? What can we do better? People, there were restaurants that we really allowed to have parklets and have a lot more outdoor space. The community seemed to enjoy that. I would like to know how successful that was and what we can do to support businesses and create the sense of community that we're really looking to do and things that we learned from the pandemic. Earlier tonight, we heard from a resident that mentioned pedestrianized streets in Europe, which I'm sure are great, but we've seen this successful closer to home as well. So I agree, let's look at, you know, what's working in other cities. You know, I visited Bothel's Main Street several times, which has been pedestrianized for a couple of years now, and they've committed to at least a couple more years of it being pedestrianized, and it's thriving. It reminds me a lot of Park Lane. You know, it has a good mix of restaurants and retail. It's in the city's downtown core. So it's, you know, again, a lot like Park Lane, and it's doing quite well being fully pedestrianized. I remember a couple of years ago that many of Park Lane businesses were really concerned and reluctant to support evenings on Park Lane. And now, as we've seen, you know, the majority of them support continuing the evenings on Park Lane. So I see fully pedestrianizing Park Lane as the next step in this. I believe that fully pedestrianizing Park Lane will also be successful. It's natural to be reluctant to change. However, we've proven that evenings on Park Lane, despite the reluctance, has been a success, that businesses do. The majority do support that. And I feel confident that the same will happen with fully pedestrianizing it in the future. You know, that said, there's been a lot of really valid concerns that have been raised, and we need to do this thoughtfully, which I believe option 2 does. We're not rushing into it. What we're doing is saying that we're committing to the future of Park Lane, but that we want to study how to do that well. You know, last year when we discussed this, we acknowledged needing to give businesses lead time to make future decisions, which option 2 does. We're signaling to businesses, if we pass option 2 tonight, our commitment to pedestrianizing Park Lane in the future, and that we want to do it in a partnership, and we want to do it to really be successful for everybody in the community. We've heard clearly that this is what our community wants. They want Park Lane to be pedestrianized. Studies, you know, as has been mentioned, studies have shown the many benefits of pedestrianizing streets, such as building a sense of community and clear economic benefits to the local businesses. And so for those reasons, I fully support option 2. It's really what's best for the future of Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I want to speak to this, and I do have a couple questions for Jim. But I was thinking of just making a motion, getting it on the table for discussion. Is that okay for option 2, or? Yeah.
Fine with me?
Yeah. I'm going to make an motion to support option 2.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to adopt option 2. Discussion.
So yeah, I'm not ready to throw in the towel here on this Park Lane discussion. So that's what I'm supporting option 2. Jim, just talking about the scope, I'm not really going to talk about the merits and stuff, because I think that's going to be coming later. But I'm really focused on the scope and making sure we get this process right, so it gives us the information that we're looking for to make that thoughtful, informed decision. That's my highest concern at the moment. And so one of the things that I want to make sure is that it's a balanced study, that it's not too visionary. There's some pragmatic, realistic pieces to it, right? So it's balanced that way. It's business focused, yet it's also community focused. So just really looking for that balanced approach. The question I have for you is really, have you given much thought to what type of consultant would do this? Is it qualitative versus quantitative? We're throwing a lot here into the scope: parking, street activation, market economics, cost, civil infrastructure, visioning. I'm a consultant myself, and I'm struggling to kind of figure out what that consultant's going to be like, who that would be. So I'm kind of curious, have you given it much thought on that side?
Well, I have personally, in my thinking, come down on the more of the qualitative side, knowing that the city staff is going to have to do a lot of work with the consultant when we iterate what the vision is, to give you a cost as to how we would implement it and how we would go ongoing expenditures. But there is very much a data-driven side to this. We do need data about economic development ideas, and so it wouldn't be fully qualitative, and we could come back with the language we use when we put out the contract. But I think in thinking about this, it was more of a qualitative vision of what the street could be, and then as you have those buckets of traffic mitigation, economic development ideas, street activation ideas, what it would cost to activate the east side, all of those things would be dispersed through the city and working with the consultant.
Okay. Well, the reason I raise this is because I'm concerned that we're putting a lot of very high expectations on this study.
Yeah.
And if we're going to go forward with this option 2, I don't want to get into a predicament where we shortchange something, because then we're going to be kind of right back where we started, and I don't want to do that. And so I guess one of the things that I was thinking about, and this is kind of off the cuff, just listening to everyone talk, is I would think it would be good to go into this a little bit flexible and get a scope from the consultant and understand really what that level of effort might be once you talk with someone like this that can do all of this, and just be open to that a little bit, and not feel confined because to the 50,000. I know we want to get the most bang for our money, and we don't want to spend a lot and things like that, but at the same time, I don't want to come to the end of this process and feel like we're missing information, we didn't do the job that we were expecting. So if there's somehow we could have some flexibility before you come back to council with a I'm assuming you're going to come back with a fiscal note, yeah. So that's the question. Could you wait and get that scope and then come back with a fiscal note, or
we could.
I want to make sure we do it right. Yeah,
that makes sense.
So that's my suggestion.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
I support option 2 in looking to see how we get to closure of Park Lane, but I would also talk about certainty is also being certainty in timing. And to some of the comments that Councilmember Nixon and Mayor Sweet have mentioned, I would also want evenings on Park Lane to continue until we make some of the investments that are talked about and identified in the study. And those investments may be major. They may be something that they're not in our capital improvement program right now, which means they could be 6 years or more out. And there's a big difference to say we're closing Park Lane permanently in 2023 to saying, hey, businesses, we're closing Park Lane permanently in 2030. And so I hope that part of this discussion with what we're asking our consultant to think about is a transition plan and both improvements that might happen with evenings on Park Lane on our way to going to where we want to go. To Councilmember Pascal's question of, wow, this is a big ask, who's the right kind of visionary? If I look at the master plan for the Cross-Kirkland corridor, the Burger Partnership is sort of what I would be hoping for this, which provided not only the vision, but also really that trail map of where to go on the Cross-Kirkland corridor. And if we look at some of the things that they had talked about in developing that master plan, we have made progress along the list of not just the interim trail, but a lot of the things that were envisioned there. So I think there are some folks out there that could give us what we need, both in vision and in the details of how we get there.
Very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nixon.
Well, I want to wait to go a second time until everyone's had a chance to go first time.
Do you want to go?
I don't really want to go. No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, it's already been said, but this is such a polarizing, was that what, used a better word, didn't you, Deputy City Manager?
Polarity or something.
Polarity, yeah. It's very, I mean, it's just, I can't remember an issue like this, other than maybe tenant protections, where we have heard from so many different people with so many different opinions and just polar opposites. One thing I would say is that I think Deputy City Manager could retire and probably serve this role as a consultant. He's probably the only person I know who could actually do this scope of work, but please don't. The other thing I would say, honestly, the truth is I wish we could save the $50,000. I wish we could do evenings on Park Lane and use the $50,000 to program evenings on Park Lane. That's what I'd really like to do. I mean, there definitely is a big part of me that would like to see this pedestrian activated, but I also am cognizant of what we designed when we designed it, and it was designed as a festival street. I think that was maybe the point that Councilmember Nixon made earlier. So I'll just leave it at that. I think given the circumstances of where we're at tonight, I'm going to support option 2, but I'll just state my preference. I wish we could save the money, use it for programming of evenings on Park Lane, and give everybody the certainty they want in August 2022. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I go to Councilmember Nixon, I'm going to make a couple comments. I fully agree with Councilmember Black. Quite frankly, I don't want to throw another $50,000 at the same questions. What I can tell you about Park Lane is it's important for you to be there in the fall and the winter and the spring because nobody's there. So if we close the street during that time, I get it 100% what these retailers are saying. Not only can patients not get to their doctor's appointments, among the 17 parking spaces, it just has not been activated, is not ready to be activated. I believe that evenings on Park Lane, well, I mean, I think I'm the one who have said from the very beginning, it was billed as a flexible street. We didn't make it quite as swell as we intended to make it with bollards that went up and down and all the bells and whistles. We still deserve to give them some of the bells and whistles. So if we have to figure out a way to put gates in or to do whatever it takes, I think that we should do that. In fact, just another comment on the parklets. It's my observation that when we've reactivated it, we did keep people back on the sidewalks. I'm not sure why we kept people back on the sidewalks. If a restaurant has capacity, I don't see why they just don't go into the street when we close it in the evenings. That might take care of the skateboarders and the Frisbee players. And the other thing that I was going to say is, the beautification. That's the part that we talked about all this, the Park Lane folks, we went down and we visited the Park Lane folks. We acknowledged that we were not taking appropriate care of this beautiful festival street. We weren't weeding, we weren't planting, we weren't managing the fountain. We are now managing the fountain. I want to make sure that that is included and that we don't check it off the list, because when I heard that testimony tonight, it was clear that they didn't feel like that had been addressed. But I would support option 2 if that's where everybody is going. I would just as well support simply going on with evenings in the park and figuring out how to do that. Anyway.
Thank you.
Sorry. Councilmember Nixon.
All right, so round 2. I just wanted to respond briefly to a couple of things that were previously said. There's no question that a few members of our community have repeatedly told us that they want Park Lane to be a pedestrian street, over and over again. It feels like a huge groundswell because of the repetition, but it's really just a handful of livable Kirkland advocates, maybe a dozen people. The previous survey that Mr. Lopez referred to, the 1,226, was not a scientific poll, and I've said this before. It was an unscientific, self-selected poll. And of course, the advocates emailed all of their friends and said, you must go up and take this poll right now, right? The business owners probably weren't so passionate as to email all their friends and have them go up and vote. So I really don't put much credibility in the numbers from that previous online survey. I'm not convinced that if the broader community was asked in a scientific way what they thought about losing all those parking spaces and no longer being able to drive onto Park Lane and go into a store when it's raining so they don't have to walk 3 blocks in the rain, that they would say, sure, go ahead and close Park Lane. The second thing I want to refer to is option 2, creating any certainty. Option 2 does not create any certainty. It's what we're doing is just deferring the decision. The memo says, and I'll quote it, that after we get the study back, at that time, the council could still choose not to close Park Lane and retain it as a flexible street with vehicular access and parking. That is still the case. So we need to have, all of us have an understanding that there's no certainty created by option 2. We're simply putting off this decision another 6 months and studying it, and we'll revisit it. So it doesn't really create any certainty for the community or the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there is a motion, that's right. Motion made by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to adopt option 2. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. All right, so that takes us to item number 10, reports, City Council, Regional, and Committee reports. Councilmember Nixon? Councilmember Black?
No.
Councilmember Curtis?
Unfortunately, yes. Growth Management Planning Council met to continue discussion on affordable housing, accountability. The council was generally in support of a planned certification pilot program with 5 cities participating. The question I raised was, if we move forward with this pilot program, how will the information, the lessons learned be shared with the other cities? They're working on responding to that. I attended the Arch Stakeholder Focus Group yesterday. Great turnout, great overview, great conversation. I'm looking forward to the next one. I was not selected for the AWC Housing Solutions Stakeholder Group. There was a lot of applicants. So I was invited in September to learn about the discussion and provide feedback. And I will say on that email, there were 25 to 30 invitees. So that gives you a vision of how many people applied. I will continue on as a member of the SCA nominations group, and I just want to remind you all that we will be receiving a call for nominations next month. So we need to go through our process again of discussing who wants to reapply for what or make any changes. And lastly, legislative work group report out. I've been having one-on-ones with our state legislators. I hear nothing but good things about our process, our lobbyists, and our staff. And we'll report out on that when we begin our legislative conversations. And on Monday, we have 3 legislators joining us for our permanent supportive housing tours. We're going to send out a reminder tomorrow to those who have not RSVP'd. Thank you.
Very much. Councilmember Pascal.
I don't have anything.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
No report, thank you.
Thank you. And I have nothing to add. City Manager. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy. Out of.
I was going to say that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have much. I just want to add, it was such a pleasure to join the kickoff to the Junior Softball Little League World Series. I was joined by Councilmember Curtis and Councilmember Pascal. It was just amazing to see these athletes from around the world ready to compete and so excited, just the enthusiasm and all the culmination of all their hard work and practice. I was so proud of them, and it was such an honor to get to see them, and we got to throw out a first pitch, which was really fun. I have my keepsake ball here, the official Little League World Series ball, so that was pretty cool. Also really appreciated visiting various block parties last night as part of National Night Out, so thank you to our police and firefighters and fellow council members and all the neighbors who organized events last night. It was a lot of fun and a lot of really good discussion as well. I am also looking forward to the permanent supportive housing tours next week, and on Friday looking forward to touring the Together Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Nothing to report except that this week our second community responder officially started, Rob, and I totally losing his last name at midnight. But the reason I wanted to highlight that is we actually had an event tonight today where the 2 community responders went out and responded to a call, and a second call came in. And because we actually had this resource, they were able to go and solve 2 problems at the same time. So I'm actually going to have the department write up a little bit of summary for the council to look at, because it's a really good example of the system is working, and every time we can add more, it's going to be helpful. And we think the other 2 will be on and starting by September 1st. We're going to send out announcements about that as well. The 4th person we had unfortunately withdrew, and so we're reposting the 4th position, but we hope to have our 4th community responder sometime in September as well. So stay tuned for an update. There's been a lot going on in that realm. And any calendar questions from the council?
Just that it's going fast.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, I think that takes us, we will now be going into an executive session to discuss litigation. We will expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 12 o'clock.
Minutes. 15 minutes, yeah. 12 o'clock, yeah.
Okay.
Just say it, midnight.
Midnight. Yeah, tomorrow.
Going into Rose Hill, right?
Only for the purposes of adjournment. With that, thank you very much.